could you ever love me? You don't even see me. I'm hanging around, wasting time, hoping that you drop by. And I don't pretend to know what you want. I don't even know where to start, but I'm willing to try. Even if you push me under, it's only gonna make me stronger. It's only gonna feed my hunger. Say the words, say the words. Even if the tide stops turning, even if the world keeps burning, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Say the words, say the words. Watching the flames burn higher, setting my world on fire. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, risking it all on you. And I don't pretend to know how you feel. Either you won't or you will, but I'll give it a try. Even if you're too blind to see, and even if you look right through me, I never thought it would be easy. Say the words, say the words. Even if the world stops breathing and every beating heart stops beating, nothing's gonna stop this feeling. Just say the words, say the words.
I'm getting higher just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. Oh,
I think I'm overdosing.
I think that
I think I'm overdosing.
I think that
I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
it's getting stronger, can't take no longer, walking on fire. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
It's getting stronger.
I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. 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 I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
It's all about how you were with my parents. Yeah, and changed their mind. Cause you were sweet and looking like you cared, boy. That was hard to find. I caught feelings, how could these feelings? 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 Push me away. I wanna stay, baby. Push me away, yeah. In my eyes, you made me feel alive. I don't know why you got me needing you. In my eyes, you made me feel alive. I don't know why you got me needing you. I caught feelings, I got those feelings. I caught feelings, I got those feelings. I caught feelings, I got those feelings. Right now I'm living in a daydream. It won't leave my mind. When I'm with you, yeah, nothing really matters. Don't need money or time. I got feelings, I got those feelings. I got feelings.
front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay tonight again. And hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts. So jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. I wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to stay the night again. And hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts. So jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Wait another day to clear my thoughts. So jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the LRS Draft playoffs. It's going to be a kick-ass night as we start off these playoffs for the LRS Draft. But you know my name, it's Gurf, and I'm your streamer, host, analyst, caster extraordinaire for the night. But I can't do it by myself. I'm joined, of course, by none other than the God King Karthus. Dream, how are you doing tonight, brother?
Well, I just got to cast a 3-0 finals, so I'm actually quite happy with myself right now. I've got to cast finals for the first time in Legends. Somebody didn't let me do it last year. It's fine. I don't hold a grudge.
But you're back. You're back and better than ever because you're bringing us all these games. And you said it. You actually brought it to my attention earlier in our little talk. Is that we were talking about this game last week. We casted Tigers Unicorns last Tuesday. And one sec. The guys in chat are killing me. They're funny. But we said this was what we were going to see as this bottom bracket match coming up. So this is do or die for these teams tonight. It is a best of 5 series that these two teams are going to duke it out in. And the winner will go on to face the loser of Spartans Vipers matchup that is also going on tonight. So we'll get those updates from the captains and let you guys know how that series is going as well. But only one team is moving on tonight. One of these teams are going to be ending their season here tonight, and I don't know who it's going to be quite yet. Tigers, the favored team coming in tonight. They are looking a little strong in these past few weeks. I mean, a lot of strong. But Unicorns have gotten some upsets, so we might see the potential 4th place seed here getting the upset over the 3rd place seed. But I'm excited to see what we got tonight. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at these lineups that we have for us in game number 1. We're going to get these up on the screen for you in just a second, but let's take a peek who is here for Tigers. Up in the top lane, KC Cools. In the jungle, Ronan, as he told me just to say Ronan instead of the full thing because I always tongue tie it up. Darwin Theory in the mid lane, Caramel in the ADC position along with G Disick in support. Over on the side of the Unicorns, we got Stone Kit Kat up in the top lane. Jesus in the jungle. Attacks 2 in the mid lane. GKP is ADC along with Lil Azur as support. But it is time, and I am about ready to go. Dream, any final thoughts about these teams before we start this draft up?
Well, we did discuss a little bit on what our predictions for this series was going to be, and me and you have the same prediction except for opposite teams. I think that the uniqueness that Unicorns brings to the table is going to get them a 3-1 victory this time around.
And I gotta go back because in our chat I said 3-1 Tigers, but in my predictions this past Sunday on the podcast I actually said 3-2 for Tigers. However, the reason why I prefaced it with the 3-2 is because that 3-2 could be the opposite way as well too. Unicorns, like I said, could potentially look for the upset, but Tigers are super damn strong too. We were talking to a couple other players, Darwin Theory and Rouge Ronan. Damn it, just Ronan. They were on the podcast too, so they're feeling pretty good about tonight. They are looking really good so far in these past couple of weeks. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing for their team tonight because they have been pretty huge. So just looking at the lineup here. Just gonna double check.
Looks like they did swap. It might be GKP in the mid lane here with attacks at 80 carry.
Yes, we do have a little switch up, and that actually happened last week on stream too. They switched up those positions there. I'm just trying to see what they ended up playing. I believe it was Jin and Shen down in the bot lane for the Unicorns. So that
like I said, unique.
It is unique, but I mean, it did okay last week, but it was the Tigers that ended up coming out on top. So let's see what's gonna happen with the Taxon back in that bot lane. I will get that the sub names all switched up there, so we have them ready to go. And just waiting on the players here, but we are gonna get this draft started off here, and maybe with a little bit lower volume, so I don't blow out everybody's eardrums here. But what do we expect to see tonight? I mean, Seraphine bans are gotta be happening, even though Ataxon is on the red side and in
we
ADC
saw
position.
Seraphine. We saw that Seraphine last night in the finals. We saw the kind of power that it brings to the table, in my opinion, in its weaker role, the support role. But giving it to Darwin Theory or attacks, or no, it's going to be GKP or GKP in the mid lane. Would be absolutely devastating for whichever team does hold the power of Seraphine. I attribute Seraphine now kind of like the One Ring. It's just that champion is just so cracked. It does so many things, and it's so hard to play against. I'm pretty sure last night in one of the final fights that I saw, the Seraphine ultimate started at the entrance to top red side jungle. And it ended at the tier 2 destroyed tower.
Oh yeah, you can get some nice extension on that ult, which makes it so powerful for those kind of extended team fights around those objectives too. If you start it, I think I've seen it. Someone tried it from basically the river brush at mid lane all the way to basically the top side of the map. So you can really, if you time it right, you can get it basically the entire river. But the first set of bans coming out will be the Corki from the Tigers. Galio banned away by the Unicorns. They don't want to see that. I mean, that's a smart ban. It's got flexible position, so they can always take that away, which is nice. But the Swain being taken away here from the Lazur.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Seraphine was a hovered ban from the Unicorns instead of the Galio, but it's at the Galio instead. Maybe seeing if the Tigers ban it themselves before they decide to ban it, but they are going to ban away the Hecarim here. And you know what that means? That means we might have an Udyr game on our hands. We've seen a lot of fun Udyrs over the past few weeks.
We have.
We've seen turnips on that Udyr absolutely destroy people, doing drive-by bear slaps and then running away for his ally to clean up the kill. We've seen a Magi Soul Stealer Udyr's champion's pretty crazy, and there's the Seraphine ban that I was talking about. That champion is just so powerful, and we do have Tristana still open, though I believe last week in LRS Draft specifically, the Tristana was not very high priority for many of the teams that we saw.
And it really depends on what that team comp you're looking for. If you are planning for heavy siege, then you better be picking up that Tristana. But Tigers, I'm thinking you're right, probably going to be going for that Udyr B1 because both of these junglers have picked up Udyr in the past. I mean, looking both at Jesus and Ronin, they are pretty proficient with these meta junglers that are out right now. But Tigers, just a reminder that it is a 40-second timer on the draft there, but I mean if they both go for it. Anyways, Sivir is going to be the first pickup here for tonight. I mean, we have seen a couple times in the LRS that Sivir doesn't end up in the ADC position, but that is usually run by the Spartans. Still, potentially to the mid lane. I can't see it going mid lane for Darwin Theory. I think that's a caramel pick right there. It's something nice that G Dysik can pair up with a nice tanky support that he is really good at, and bring a generally safe bot lane, especially in those early levels. You have the spell shield, and if you pair it with anything with tanky CC, I think you'll be good to go, especially the fact that we see the Kaisa coming through and being picked up as well. That is another very, very strong pick, still really relevant in these recent patches. She's nasty.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with the Tigers going for the B1 Sivir. That's not really a priority champion in the current meta. There are stronger picks than that. I'm guessing they just really want the safety of the champion regardless of where it goes, and this also still leaves open the Tristana for the mid lane if they so choose. But Kaisa, a champion that was sorely lacking last night during the finals, not a single player played it. It was very strange with how powerful this champion is. Going to be paired up with the Braum in the bot lane. Not a usual pairing, but it is still a very, very strong pairing because it's so easy for Kaisa to get her stacks off. Because remember, Braum has 4 stacks and Kaisa has 4 stacks. So,
stackety stack, I think is what Unicorns are planning for in that bot lane. But the Nautilus is going to be a nice answer to that. I mean, you press the R whenever the Kaisa is looking to run around your team or even pop that killer instinct to get to that back line. It's going to slow her down quite significantly, and a volley bear to add to it, most likely, I would say, in the hands of Ronin, but could be flexed up into the top lane for KC Cools as well too. I believe both of them could pull off the volley bear in whatever capacity, so it's kind of nice now because you don't really know where that volley is going to be going. However, Udyr is still up on the board as well too. Unicorns could potentially lock that in, but lots of options for cheeses here as well. You have the Skarner up as well too. He's brought out the Jarvan pick in recent in the past recent couple of weeks, but we'll have to see what they're going for on this R3 before we get into the second round of bans, and it's going to be something nice and safe. Sejuani is going to be picked up, and I think that's one of the most safe. Oh, hold on. I have an idea for what unicorns might go on. We have double glacials already on the side of them, so that's a lot of CC that you're gonna have to be dealing with if you're the Tigers.
Yeah, and I mean, champion that really synergizes with these two right here is the Lissandra. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and pick that up as well, because as we've seen, Lissandra paired with the Sejuani is actually very, very deadly in the right hands, and you're not going to be able to run away because Braum is going to knock you all up and slow you. Kaisa can get to the back line from all of that hard CC and just shred people apart. And I also do believe if the Kaisa is targeted by the Nautilus ultimate and Braum has his shield up, I do believe it stops the Nautilus ultimate.
I don't think
if
so.
It hits him.
I don't know if it stops it because it's the what do we call it? It's from underneath it, because same thing with like Windwall. Windwall doesn't stop Nautilus ulti, which is why Nautilus is so strong into that pick, because it's not a projectile. It's not. So it's able to get past stuff like that. But I agree with your points on the Lissandra, because that was something that that was brought out a couple weeks back for the Tigers. So Darwin is able to whip this off, but I mean, I've made jokes in the past about full glacial comps, and unicorns might be onto something here, because honestly, with all the CC and slow, Kai'Sa's just going to have a field day, with the exception of watching out for that Nautilus ult. So that's definitely something that they need to be smart about when playing around these team fights, playing around these objectives, especially the fact that, I mean, that's a lot of damage that Sivir can get out when everybody gets clumped up, those bouncing blades all around. But Lucian will be the last ban here, leaving that Lissandra up. Unicorns could just go for it right now and save that top as a counter pick against KC Cools. And
now, for the Tigers, I don't think Darwin. Ooh,
it's Annie mid from GKP. Let's go.
Oh, I'm going with ice and fire here. Clearly, but what I was going to say, something that I actually would really like from the Tigers here, since they already have the Nautilus pick, would be a Morgana mid. Morgana mid would be so good into the Annie, and generally good against the composition unicorns have built.
I mean, I could see it work. The spell shield is hands down one of the greatest abilities in the game, and especially the fact that you have a spell shield on the Sivir too. You could consider that, but she is not the strongest of mid laners, and once that Annie hits 6, I mean, pick your CC, pick your poison. Well, I mean, Annie, you'll be able to tell when the CC is about to come out, but still, that Tibbers and that Electrocute, which is something I could see the Annie running this game, is potentially devastating. So Orianna will be picked up, a little bit more damage, a little bit more distance you can keep yourself to. So, and that ball too, the ball delivery system with Volibear and Nautilus is going to be gross.
Yeah, definitely. I do really like the Tigers composition. I'm interested to see where this Volibear is going. Is it going into the top, or is it going to the jungle? Because they already know who the jungler is. They don't know who the top laner is. They would be blinding the top laner regardless. It is going to be a jungle Volibear with the Gnar picked up. And you talked about ball delivery systems. Oh, how about a giant prehistoric Yordle running at you, throwing you into a wall, and then getting pulled back in by the Orianna ultimate? How does that sound for size, right?
I mean, we didn't see the ball delivery with it last night, but we got to see a pretty big Gnar from Orenji, and I mean, those team fight setups that you're looking for, even if he doesn't have the ball on him, getting 3, even 4 members into a wall to set up for that shockwave can be so huge. But that's going to be the last pick up with the Urgot for Stone Kit Cat. Oh.
I do believe we saw this matchup last week between the Tigers and the Unicorns. It was the Gnar versus the Urgot, and I do believe that the Gnar won that pretty handily, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think last week it was the Vlad into the Ornn, and that Vlad ended up getting the player of the game. So that was KC Cools on the Vlad last game.
Okay.
But,
I was remembering incorrectly then.
All good. That's what, you know what? These notes I've been keeping this split have been fantastic coming to this to the analyzing side of this. But we are going to get ready to lock into the client here. So make sure to get those tokens ready. You can check how many you've got with command tokens, because predictions will be opening up as soon as everybody is logged in here. So,
And you guys are running out of time. I'm a little bit far ahead, guys. Don't worry.
Dreams smurfing the token game right now. Absolutely ridiculous. Again. Yes, this is true. This is a repeat here.
The funniest part is this is still not as many tokens as I had last split.
Yet.
I had 19,000. Yeah, I had 19,000 tokens last split.
God.
And last split, by the way, we also didn't start the tokens until halfway through the split, and I still got 19,000 tokens. I mean, it was your fault. I blame you entirely for betting all of your tokens, and I won it. So
listen. I'm just trying to have some fun with the points, throw a little bit of tokens around, and of course, you gotta just say YOLO some nights and just bet them all.
I don't do that. Thanks.
Come on. Don't you want to throw your 3,000 token lead here for everybody?
Nope.
Have a chance?
Nope, I'm good.
No. All right. But looking at these teams here,
Tell you what, you make it to make it to finals, and you go to game 5. I'll bet all my tokens on you guys.
Put too much pressure on me. I just got, honestly, I don't even know if I'll have the stream on tomorrow night because I got those rookie nerves sweating up. But that is for tomorrow night. What we're focusing on tonight is these two teams here. We got a lot of good stuff from both sides, Dream. Like, really, really good matchups here. Looking at that top side, let's start with that first. The Urgot versus the Gnar. I mean, the Gnar will have a little bit of that range advantage, especially, level 2, once he's able to get those stacks off and continuously just pound on the poor Urgot. But, I mean, I think as this game ramps up, we've seen Urgots, once it gets to the mid-game and they have 1 or 2 items built up, they become really, really hard to deal with. So, I can't see that trading going too heavily on one side, but KC Cools tends to be one of the more aggressive top laners we've seen, so I could see him definitely testing the patience of this Urgot and pressing him under this tower. But I mean, both these junglers, we got to keep an eye out for them. Ronin and Cheeses are very good at setting up their teams, so definitely got to keep an eye out for the jungle if you end up being pushed up that far. Vision is gonna obviously, as in all games, play such an important role in this one. But in terms of these junglers, Dream, 2 failure champions here, a lot of CC, a lot of damage, especially on the side of the volley bear, and that turret cancel too is a little indicative to me of potential turret dives coming in this game.
Yeah, it is actually very, very easy for turret dives for both of these teams. One of them can nullify a turret entirely. The other one is the CC chain setup with the Glacial Prison from the Sejuani, not Glacial Tomb, that's Lissandra.
Yes.
The Glacial Prison, along with Glacial Fissure, along with the Kaisa, especially in that bot lane, or with the Annie Tibbers into the Glacial Prison, or even the Urgot being able to pull or make somebody flip over their head. All these CC chains that the Sejuani can combine with, it is actually very, very hard, or very, very easy for unicorns to do these dives. On this other side, though, there's a champion that can literally say, oh, you have a turret, now you don't for a few seconds. The Volley Bear, he doesn't have as much setup, not until level 6 in the mid lane, and not until at least level 3 for the Gnar. Not having that wallop, unless he starts it early for maybe a level 2 gank. I doubt it though, because usually the Volley Bear wants to get his shield and he wants his bite as his first 2 levels, so he's not going to do many ganks until he can get that fast bear run ability. Can't remember what it's called.
That's okay. That's okay. I think our goal this split was just to remember all the alts, so that's okay. Sometimes remember a couple here.
The abilities, because I listen to LCS and LEC, and I just hear them say, "Yeah," and then this champion's Q, and I'm like, "That's the name of their Q? What?"
But Down in this bot lane too, looking at these two matchups, I mean, it is a much safer setup for the side of Tigers. That Sivir with the spell shield and the Nautilus. Essentially, what the great part about that champion is that you can use them to make picks, or you can use them to disengage very heavily. Very similar to a Leona player's playstyle, is that if you are wanting to set up for these hooks, you can definitely look for them. As soon as you go in, you get those autos off. The passive from Nautilus is going to do a lot of work CCing everybody around, and that's what I love to do personally as Nautilus. I just run around a team fight. You get an auto, you get an auto, you get an auto, and nobody moves. But I mean, on the flip side of this too, if there is an engage happening from the side of Unicorns, Nautilus is really good at kiting back, especially with a Sivir. Having the spell shield is going to mean diving that bot lane is going to be very, very difficult. However, Kai'Sa Braum could potentially look for it. Like you were talking about earlier, that Braum passive can be really, really potent, especially in these early levels. I wouldn't doubt if we even saw potentially some level 1 shenanigans, considering there is a Braum on the side of Unicorns. I mean, at minimum, if you're looking for it, you're going to be pulling at least a summoner. So if you can get a flash down early, then maybe you look to regank that lane a little early and get that side of your map rolling. But about 40 seconds here. Dream, last thoughts going into this one?
Both these teams have drafted absolutely amazing compositions. Very standard front to back with a lot of hard engage from both sides here, with the Braum ultimate, the Sejuani ultimate, the Nautilus Q/ultimate, the Gnar ultimate. All of these things are very good for hard engage. Really excited where this game goes. It is going to be a little bit harder for Unicorns to execute the team fights, I think, but that's just my personal opinion.
We'll have to see as we hop into the first game of this best of 5, guys. Don't go anywhere, and make sure to keep getting those predictions in, but we will be back in On the Rift in no time at all, so we will see you real soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Game 1 of the LRS Draft quarterfinals. We've got this first one kicking off with Tigers over on the blue side, Unicorns on the red, and we're already seeing some pings coming out for the Unicorns, potentially just that safe 5-point start from them. Same thing from Tigers, as you see everybody just fanning out here to defend across the river. Look at that! Just take a look at the mini-map right now. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is pretty beautiful. Just standard 5 points. Nobody wants to invade anything. Both these teams actually have very, very strong level 1, so I wouldn't have minded to see a level 1 invade from either of these teams, but I guess both these teams also realized it and did not want to chance it.
Yeah, starting off this series nice and safe. They don't want to go for anything too crazy, but it's usually something we tend to see in best of 5s, that this first game usually tends to be a little bit slower, and as players ease their way into the series, because this is for draft, their first time playing series. Throughout the split, they were all playing best of one. So I'm sure these LRS players are accustomed to playing through series, as these are our higher ranked players here tonight. But it is a bit of a change up to what they're usually used to. But I'm excited to see it all unfold in a best of 5. It makes it nice and hype to see what they're going to be drafting against each other, what's going to end up getting banned and not allowed throughout the entire series. Because, there's always that one champ that just pops off in one of these games. It's like, nope, can't let that through again.
Yeah, definitely. And it's actually a little bit funny. Both of the junglers start on the bottom side of the map, and yet both of the top laners are going to be late to lane here. I think it's because they wanted to fake. Nobody was able to get any deep warding on the map there. That ward from the blue side wasn't going to see anything there. I don't. So
no, that's,
we see that the Nautilus is posturing.
Let's see, he's going to land the anchor right there, but the stack's immediately coming from Braum, so Dysik is going to back on off of that. Does not want to get popped with that Braum passive. It is really not the nicest when you are getting locked down that early on, but they could play it safe, and of course, if Nautilus is in a little bit of risk, he can always look to anchor himself out if he's able to find a wall there. But across the lanes, pretty standard stuff, but another nice hook will come through. Same sort of deal. In and out for this bot lane in these trades. However, top lane, Stone Kit Kat is going to get hit by the Mega Gnar, as that's going to be a nice little addition to his health bar. That Gnar was getting low, and now we're seeing bodies start to head up towards his top lane. Let's keep an eye out as we might see this first blood. Jesus is a little low, trading up with Ronin in this tri-bush, but here comes GKP on the other side. Those Stone Kit Kat's getting low. These members of Unicorns are showing up, but it's flash auto from KC Cools to claim first blood for the Tigers. However, JKP not going to let him out for free. One more auto will do it, guys. Come on, finish off this Gnar. Over the wall he goes to flash, I guess, as it will end up being a 1-for-1 across the map.
I don't think the flash was necessary. I think that might have been just anger that he was surviving with 1 HP.
And How dare you survive?
Get it.
How dare you go into the alcove up here? You shall die for your sins. So, I mean, that Annie will have the flash down, but we saw Nautilus able to get some good deep vision into the jungle side of the Unicorn. So this is going to be some nice extra information for them this early game.
Yeah, definitely there. And we do have the because the first blood does go over to the Gnar here. It is, ooh, wait, hold on, we got to fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit of skirmish. The anchor goes in, and Dysik maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew. Attacks in, flashing on in, but it's Lil Azur that secures that kill. TP is going to be popped from the Tigers. The spell shield will be procced. Attacks in, looking to finish him off. That will be the final blow. Kill goes on over to them. 2-for-0 so far for the Unicorns. They're going to try and escape on out. Lil Azur and GKP, or sorry, attacks in there. Quite low, and they will manage to escape. Nicely done by the Unicorns.
Yeah, Unicorns winning big on that bot side engagement there. 1 kill going to each of those bot laners, and now we have a 3-1 lead and a slight gold lead for the side of Unicorns. This is actually going very, very well for them because it's on the champions that they want to get ahead here. The Annie and the Kaisa particularly. Obviously, Braum doesn't need any kills, but he'll take them where he can. Just that little bit of influx of gold does help him out to be a little bit tankier there. We do see he picks up the gem and and some cloth armor just to make sure that he can survive this bot lane just a little bit more. And because the Gnar actually teleported to the bot side, look at the CS difference.
I was gonna say there's a bit of a disparity happening in a few lanes right now. The Gnar is down, the Annie is down, and in the end you look at the scoreboard and it's only about a 300 gold difference between these teams. However, when you look at the lane versus lane matchup in terms of top and mid there, that's a bit of gold on a bit of a gold swing for either side.
Yeah, I definitely agree there, but because the Annie has now roamed twice, has probably missed about 4 or 5 waves, or 3 or 4 waves at this point here, is going to be just a little bit far behind here. Actually down 200 gold despite the kill here. The Orianna has been farming very, very well. Is going to pick up a wave though. So not going to feel too bad about it. Get some gold back into their pocket there, and they are pretty much even in gold now after that wave. And it looks like the dragon is up for the taking for the side of Unicorn.
Yep, some numbers of the unicorns around and chilling around this this Ocean Drake pit right now. Is it might look to potentially go for a little bit of a gank here on this bot side and just give themselves that extra added security of securing that dragon, but Jesus is going to back on off. Volibear is floating around his red buff as well too, so if anything happens in that bot lane, it can be responded to pretty damn fast, so you need to be careful on these engages too. And on top of that, the level advantage still on over to the unicorns for that bot side, so if they end up hitting that 6 first, it is going to be very, very bad if the Tigers end up choosing to engage.
Yeah, the level advantage does go to the bot side for the unicorns here, but the level advantage is there's a 2-level disparity between the unicorn and the Tigers mid laners here. Level 7 to level 5. Orianna Shockwave could be absolutely devastating in this spot, but it looks like they might not even contest here. No, the Volibear is moving over.
Let's see
it looks like
vision on either side, not going to be able to secure it in time, but Ronan is in the pit. He took the blast cone, and maybe not the one you want to go for. That dragon was done, so he's going to be forced to ulti on out of that. The Aftershock from G Dicek trying to slow him down, but he's going to get stopped by Sejuani. Attacks and goes ahead, picks up that kill, and cheeses with a nice assist. Ooh, there's going to be the Glacial Prison popped, and a double kill for attacks, and Darwin Theory coming in as well too, but in a bad place. The flash in from Jesus. Darwin Theory, a triple shockwave, but no one there to follow it up. The cleanse comes out, but Ataxin is absolutely bonkers right now. Picks up 3 kills during that fight, so a bit of a soft triple kill. However, that's a lot of gold in the pocket of Kaisa.
Yeah, Kaisa is going to be very, very strong here. Actually going to pick up a plating as well. Already sitting on 2,000 gold in inventory. Going to feel really good about this back.
Oh, yeah.
Might just already has the nuke cover. Might just finish her full item here at 8 minutes, which is going to be very... Yep, there it is. The Kraken Slayer is completed. This lane is over for this Sivir Nautilus. They can't play the game for the rest of this laning phase.
No, and remember how I talked about how you play Nautilus? In this case, you are going to be disengaging. You are there to get the Sivir out. Especially the fact that you are about to watch Akaisa walk back into lane 4-0 with a full mythic item at basically built at under 9 minutes. So this is kind of insane. These members of Tigers in the bot lane need to be very, very careful, but across the map things have kind of quieted out, and we see both Caramel and Dicek going to be backing off of that one, knowing what is coming down to the bot side.
Yeah, they see that the Kaisa has a Kraken Slayer completed, and they immediately walk back towards their turret. They're like,
no
we
thanks.
want none of that smoke, and it looks like they may get it anyways if they're not careful. The Braum is going to be walking in here.
Oh, they want it.
It looks like they want to try and contest. I don't like this idea from them. No,
it's a little scary. I mean, both their junglers are on the top side of the map, so in their 2v2 situation, I would give it to the Braum Kaisa right now. And they go, the Glacial Fissure will be used. Just going to be separating these two as Dicek getting really low. He will take the anchor to safety. There's the amazing Spider-Man as he makes his way out, but no kills exchanged. Just that heal from the Sivir. And that Ignite will be back up on the side of Lilazura very soon, so possible re-engage here, but I don't see them going underneath this tower without that Glacial Fissure from the Braum available.
No, I don't either. However, the Kaisa is strong enough to probably just go in pretty much on her lonesome, honestly. And look, Caramel has a stack. All she has to do is get the Acathian Rain, and I do think Judicic would just die to the Acathian Rain and an auto tag, even through that shield that he does have. As we turn our heads towards the mid lane a little bit, and oh no,
we're okay for now. But down the bot lane, that's the anchor, that's the Captain Rain, and the Ignite's coming down, but Ataxin just so damn strong will find one, looking for a second, but the flash from Caramel to get him out. Ataxin goes on in to find another kill. It's a double for him, but he loses his life to the turret in the process. Gold going over to Ronan, so 2 for 1 overall. Kaisis will be giving up a little bit of a gold to Ronan there on that shutdown, but still 6-1-1 with a Zeal now added to the build.
I mean, it goes over to the...
mid lane, no, that's a dead Orianna. Tibbers is a very, very big bear. He will burn you. He will come out of nowhere and just destroy your life. So, unfortunate for that that one there is you just step up too far. But, oh, Stone Kit Kat with a beautiful flash away from the Gnar. Just almost had him too. And a single inch closer, Stone Kit Kat would have been dead there. But more engages in the mid lane as that is revenge. You take down our mid laner, we'll take down yours. That will be Ronan and Dysik finding the revenge kill onto GKP there. So they're going to put some gold in the pocket, but it's still a decent lead here for the Unicorns.
I remember how I was talking about how both these teams, once one CC lands, the other members have a ton of it. Well, that was a prime example of it. We saw the Annie use the Flash Tibbers, and then we saw the Glacial Prison. And then on the other side, we see the Hex Flash Nautilus. Oh, she's just dead.
My goodness. The Taxon is just able to solo the Sivir. At this point, I would think you probably do a little bit of lane swapping here to get the Sivir into lane and just get her fed, get her CS'd up. But it's so hard when you go back to that bot lane and Taxon's just gonna be able to chase you down. 7-1-1 on the Kaisen now, and an Infernal Drake on the map. The Unicorns are looking to take this one for themselves too.
Looks like we may have a Cloud Soul this time around, at least according to this. It is actually going to be Mountain.
Interesting.
I'm going to
Update
fix
the chart.
that. Yeah, I'm going to update the chart.
Beautiful. Well, I mean, that Mountain, we were talking about it in previous weeks as well too. I mean, it's really great for either team. Extra shields, you can never say no to those. Actually, in the game I had today, it was a lot of those fights decided by who had the biggest shields. And yeah, let me tell you, it can make a hell of a difference when these fights come so close and these health bars are shrinking very fast.
Yeah, but you know, the score is 3-10 in kills. It's 2 dragons to none, and the gold is about 2,000 gold here. It is going to be a uphill climb as Dysik is going to get caught out here.
Oh,
he's going to have to Spider-Man away.
Will he be able to make it though? The anchor lands, but there's the Glacial Fissure. In goes Jesus as well. Locks him down with that Sejuani. And will they be able to actually finish him off? Not a lot of damage from these two, but there it is. You just got to use that Glacial Prison once more, and that'll finish him off. But I would say a lot of resources burned for just the one support. However, they know Taxon's going to be fine down there once he gets by himself. However, KC Cool's going on in. Big Gnarled into the wall. He's under the tower, but he doesn't even care. Oh my god, he finds the 1v1 over Stone Kit Kat. Extremely well played by KC Cools. And what did I tell you about aggressive top laners? This is one of them.
That CC chain was at... Oh, and Caramel's just dead.
Oh, thank God he had Spell Shield there, because that would have been a Killer Instinct proc immediately.
It would have, yes, but I do think Taxon also probably could have just ulted and killed her anyways. Underneath the tower, if he really wanted to, but not knowing where the Volibear or the Nautilus were, probably didn't want to deal with that. And KC Cools is very, very low. The ultimate from Stone Kit Kat can just kill him.
He absolutely can. However, Ronan was up here on the Herald, and I don't know if this is trade you want. He goes on in. Volibear is going to use his ulti to try and get on out. Stone Kit Kat getting low. That's going to be the Gore Drinker use. KC Cools finds another one under his belt. That's his 3rd kill of the game. Tons of Unicorn members floating around in this top half of the jungle, but not going to be able to get there in time to respawn. So more gold going on over to this Gnar, and he is going to be a massive presence in these team fights.
Yeah, going to be a very, very strong Gnar, but we did see the Volibear actually have to disengage from the Scuttle here to go and save his top laner, which means that the side of Unicorns, they're going to take this Scuttle and take it straight to one of these towers and eat it.
Yep, I think anyone you really look at, either the mid or top tier ones that are up, you could possibly go for. I would more preferably put it in the mid lane. It just really opens up the map for yourself. You get a lot more dragon priority, and the fact that Unicorn's already up 2 dragons to I think that would give him a huge advantage. But right now, there are numbers being sent down towards the Taxon. They are sick of this Kaisa at this point. Oh no.
But Kaisa is going to spot them out and is going to walk away. We do see that the Braum is here. They're going to use this, however, to take the tower. The Rift Herald is going to be summoned in the mid lane. TP from Gnar.
Yep, that's
He is going to save the turret.
Mid turret won't go quite down, but that bot tier 1 on the side of Unicorns will be dropped. See all the numbers that they've sent over this way. Definitely nice to get a little bit of gold back onto their end, and it's actually Tigers with that slight gold advantage. Only about 500 gold difference between these teams, so it is still very, very tight despite what the kills say up there on your scoreboard.
Yeah, this is a very, very close game here. And really all of this gold is on the Kaisa. It has 2 items, and it's still sitting on components for the Sivir here is really, really struggling. Almost has enough for her first item. I do believe it is going to be the Kraken Slayer from the Sivir. It could be that or the Gale Force. Not entirely sure. As we did have a Death Bush.
No, Glacial Fissure comes out. Not going to be able to land on any of these members of the Tigers, and Unicorns will march their way back into the Dragon Pit here, as this mountain is going to be up in 20 seconds. So looking to secure themselves that soul point here at 17.5 minutes, but let's see if they can do that. As I don't know if Tigers want to give this one up. Mountains are starting to come through. That extra tankiness you're going to be receiving from it is definitely an advantage here. So Ronan sitting in the back of the pit here with a control ward under his belt, but for some reason help pings, the assist pings going out towards the mid lane. So they might want to wrap around here and come through the river. However, this mountain has been started up already. KC Cools is on the backside of this, but no Narbar available. That's going to be picked up by the Unicorns, as the Tigers have opted into taking this tier 1 tower. However, Stone Kit Kat coming on in. The rest of the members are coming from the Unicorns, but that's going to be a massive depth charge as well to keep Little Azure and Ataxin off of them. And a nice disengage used by the Nautilus. So Dysik playing this Nautilus well right now for what his team needs.
Yeah, though I do believe he did have to burn his flash to get out of there.
Yes.
He does have the Hex Flash now. And the flash from the Braum was also burned here. And they still might end up just getting this turret anyways.
Tigers just super siege it down mid. They send their numbers, and right now they have found themselves a little footing in this game. And like I said, it's strange to me in my years of casting. When I look at the scoreboard, I'm like, oh yeah, kill lead for Unicorns. They're in the lead. No. That gold lead is in the hands of Tigers. However, when you look at it, it's just the fact that a lot of that gold is on the Kaisa at this point. So, I mean, if you're going to have that gold anywhere, having it on Ataxin at this point in the game is really, really clutch, because a fed Kaisa can carry games, especially if the team plays around her. However, in goes Casey Cools up in the top lane, looking for the stun on Stone Kit Kat. But trading back and forth, Ataxin has shown up. We were just, it's like his ears were burning. He heard us talking about him because he's coming to this fight. The mini Gnar is going to be able to dodge that Fear from Beyond Death, and not done yet. Ataxin going in and just able to find him using that flash. Good lord, that Kaisa is so damn strong. 8-1-1. Numbers coming up from the Tigers, but don't think they're going to be able to do anything about this tower.
Now, it is going to be the tower taken away here, where they're now tied 2 turrets to 2 turrets here. And because of that shutdown, the Unicorns have taken a minor gold lead once again. In this game, only 100 gold. It's not going to mean that much. It's just 100, so...
Oh, Shockwave on the GKP! He's going to go down. The depth charge is coming, but he flashes over the wall, gets away from that. Little Azure is able to cut off these members of the Tigers with that Glacial Fissure. These supports are playing really well tonight. Just a shout out to our support players on air tonight. They are doing a hell of a job making sure their teams are staying safe. So, really great job by them, but Tigers looking to continue potentially sieging this mid lane. Nah, they're going to just back off from here.
Yeah, I mean, the supports are playing very, very well, but obviously one is doing better than the other. The Nautilus and Sivir having given, I would say, all 8 of these kills to the Kaisa, but we did just see Kaisa murder this Gnar on the top side. Obviously, that 8th one did go to the Braum on the bot side. 107 on his score line. He is I believe that is 8 out of 12. That is what? Not 80%, like 75% of the 75% kill participation so far is really, really good if you are playing support here. But the Kaisa has more kill participation than the Prob, so having a 9 kill participation, I do believe that is at the 80% mark. So,
well, let's see. 8 out of 12, reduce some fractions. If you divide by 4, that's 2 out of 3. So 66.677777% or something like that is that's really good. That's really good for this game so far. So making a huge impact for his team so far, and yeah, you can clearly see this the scoreline between these bot lanes. Yeah, this Kaisa has been beautifully set up here by Lil Azur here, but that's what's been working here for the Unicorns. Attacks in there as the ADC. It worked. You know, what I was seeing on stream, it was working. In the end, it was the Tigers that won last week, but in this game right now, it is working very, very well. So props to them for making that switch up in the last couple weeks, testing it out, and finding something that works for the Unicorns.
now, something that I find very interesting, I do want to bring attention to this Volibear's build here. He has the Dead Man's Plate, but he opted for the Sunfire Aegis instead of the Turbo Chem tank. What do you think about that?
I think it's more of a matter of, do I want tankiness or do I want pick potential? And knowing that you are a little bit behind, knowing that you aren't going for these massive picks, means for me, I'm going to be playing a little bit safer. And in the end, you do have the Bammies that builds into this, so you'll at least be getting that burn. But it's less so much leaning into the fact that we are looking for picks versus we are needing to play a little bit safer here, which is exactly what I think the Tigers need to keep in mind here, as this Dragon is coming up, but On the Hunt is going to get popped here by Caramel. Big Glacial Fissure coming in, but oh my goodness, the Shockwave doing so much damage. However, the Gnar into the wall is so much more. KC Cool is finding so many members of these Unicorns, but look at Stone Kit Kat shredding through these members of the Tigers with that Urgot. They're going to be able to find another Taxon on a killing spree too. It ends up only being a 1-for-1, but Tigers walking away looking bruised and broken. Not too much they're going to be able to do here, as the ball is sent into the pit. However, the Shockwave is down. TP coming through right now from Stone Kit Kat, so he's going to show up nice and full health here to start up this Dragon. Remember, this is the Mountain Soul here for the Unicorns. This will be huge if they're able to secure this right now. Darwin Theory, no Shockwave available, and that will be secured here by the Unicorns, that Mountain Soul at pre-24 minutes. This is going to be a much harder game here for the Tigers going forward.
Yeah, and you saw how low the health bars were for the side of Tigers there, and it's those resistances from that those two mountain dragons now that are going to be quite a lot of difference here in this game. The Kaisa having that extra shield built with her ultimate shield, it's going to make it very, very hard. She actually had to burn the stopwatch. They did get on top of her, but you saw how much displacement the Urgot was able to put in that fight, along with the Annie getting a multiple man stun there, and the Glacial Fissure also keeping everybody locked in place. Nobody but the Volibear was able to reach the Kaisa there, so none of the damage dealers were able to get there. Means she gets to survive and everybody else has to run with their tails between their legs, because the tanks had no HP left by the end of that fight.
No, she's able to shred them, and we actually see the last Whisper coming through as well too. So to these tankier members, the Volley, the Gnar, the Nautilus, yeah, that Kaisa's going to be doing a little bit more damage than you would expect. I just think it's funny that the scoreline is 9-1-1 right now, because I think that's what the Tigers need to be calling. It's a scary thing to see in your game when you see a Kaisa with that kind of a line. I mean, if I'm the Tigers right now, my focus is we kill this Kaisa in these fights. We can turn things around. Stone Kit Kat is starting to become a little bit of an issue. We saw there in that fight how much he was shredding basically everybody clumped up there by the Tigers. But the main priority is taking down this Kaisa, and if the Tigers aren't able to do that, this is definitely probably going to end up on that ban, those ban champions we were talking about. However, Baron getting started up here.
Baron is getting started up, and it's already down to 4,000 HP. It is going down fast because of this Kaisa. It's just gone.
It's gone. It's gone right away. However, we are going to have a fight breaking out here around the pit. Road Ronin looking for that Glacial Prison is going to be going a little wide, but Volibear on in. Big damage from him, but even bigger damage from the Unicorns as Caramel is going to be taking down GKP in the side. However, it's a double kill for Ataxin. Still looking to find some more. Darwin Theory taking that blast, going to safety. But Casey Cools on the backside of this, trying to take down Cheeses. Rest of the Unicorns coming to save him down. You're going to have to respect that Gnar. He can still get you. But in he comes. The ult only landing onto Azure. That will be Cheeses dropping, but Little Azure jumping back to Ataxin. This is actually dangerous for the Unicorns. The Tiger's starting to turn this one around. Ataxin with a sliver of health. He will finally drop to Darwin Theory and Casey Cools, but my god, actually no, it was Caramel that picked up the kill there as he was also slain. But what a bloodbath around this Baron.
Yeah, and that's probably the best you could ask for if you're the side of the Tigers there, with that fight going as I would say well. I think it was haphazard, to say the least. A lot of people going in. There was a lot of game or playmaking done there. The KC Cools being able to kite the Cheeses there in the jungle, in that river there, long enough for his Narbar to fill up. The 4-man shockwave that Darwin Theory managed to get on. And then on the other side, just how long GKP managed to survive while Stone Kit Kat was just raining hell on everybody there. And then Ataxin just chasing people away, going a little bit too far, and then it looked like a little bit scared to engage back onto the Gnar because the Sivir was still pretty much at full HP. Never really able to get much damage into that fight until the very end when Cheeses did go down there. It was Cheeses ending up going down. Lozer is the only one that survived, actually.
Only one with that Baron buff still on him, too.
Yeah, was he the only one that survived? Yes, he was the only one that survived. There's only one Baron buff remaining, and it is on this Braum. So gotta be aware that push has been stunted just a little bit.
Quite a lot of it. I mean, it's tough for the Braum to get those lanes pushed out. They might attempt for this mid lane tier 1 and just crack it open. It's pretty damn low. And the fact that we have Elder up in under a minute at this point, this is really, like I said, gonna open up the map for both sides. So I mean, once you see this part of the game where both tier 1 mids are gone, it kind of becomes like no man's land around both pits here. So you need to have your vision up. You need to be ready for any of these picks coming out from either side. As you see the fight for vision here between both teams here. You do not want to give up any information, especially around such a powerful objective.
Yeah, and Garth, remember how difficult it was for them to kill Ataxin in the last fight?
Yes.
Oh, now Ataxin has a Guardian Angel.
Oh, jeez. Oh, you have to double kill him now. Oh, God. Have fun with that. Kai'Sa's already a slippery champion to begin with. Throw a GA on there, and the way Ataxin has been playing this game, yes, good luck finding that. However, this is a massive, massive objective. If Tiger's able to find this, it might see the spin around in this game. However, Lil Azure is actually the one getting caught out. The team coming to his aid. The Tibbers is going to spawn, but a big Gnar all into the wall. In goes Kate Coolis to keep the rest of them back. Lil Azure is going to be dropping, but look at Stone Kit Kat shredding apart these other members of the Tigers. Camel getting low as well, too. But Stone Kit Kat, oh my god, he staves off 3 other members. See how low they are as they make it out. And now Unicorns starting up this Elder. It was a 2-for-1 in favor of them, but picking up this objective might just be the close on game number 1 here tonight.
Yeah, and Stone Kit Kat actually fighting 3 members by himself there, has the Stride Breaker, and he has the Titanic Hydra finish. He's doing so much burst damage. You know how his attacks cleave in that circle around? Well, he has a Titanic Hydra, so now they always cleave. Congratulations, you just figured out how to make the Urgot very, very busted in. That is going to be very, very difficult to deal with, despite his scoreline. He did pick up a kill there, actually, I do believe it was on G Disick because Casey Cools did go down in going 1v3 himself against the rest of the team, trying to stave off that fight. As Caramel might be in a little bit of trouble here. This is a very easy dive to pull off. No, they're just going to pick up that turret. It looks like that's what they're going for here. We might get another fight, though. In the bot side, Stone Kit Kat is getting collapsed on by 2 people.
He's looking pretty strong now with that Titanic Hydra, so I would not want to go face that Urgot by myself. So that's why Darwin Theory has a friend here, but it doesn't even matter. Holy crap! Good night, goodbye, and farewell to that Orianna. She's just gonna get shredded apart. Not even a chance for Ronin to get there, as Stone Kit Kat looking to go in again with the rest of his team sieging on this mid lane. Looking to close this one out as Urgot's wrapping around, possibly threatening to join this mid lane. Little shenanigans as well too. But it's 4v4 there in the mid lane, allowing Stone Kit Kat to go ahead, take that tier 2 bot tower, and start to push in to the inhibitor tower. But big glacial figure coming out on top of the Sen 20 ult, and oh my god, it's the Wombo Combo City for days, baby! Unicorns looking to close this one out. The Elder Dragon just blowing up these members of Tigers, and that is gonna be some massive death timers over there. Darwin Theory coming back up, but all 5 members of Unicorns here, and massive Gnar ult to keep them out. That's 4 men thrown away. Little Zora's in here. Double shockwave will land. She's going in, trying to find Caramel. That spell shield will block up a little bit of the CC. However, that Elder is still up for another 30 seconds. They have it. Ataxin looking to go in. That's going to be massive damage. GKP finds KC Cools on to these Nexus turrets. They go. Jesus diving a little deep, taking those turret shots. They're going on him. Nice CC from G Disick to help secure that kill. Last Nexus turret is down. Unicorns looking to close this up. They've just got one final objective left for game at number 1, and they will close this out. Oh, what a way to start a best of 5 dream.
Oh boy, that was a really good game. Honestly, that was a back and forth.
I love it. I love playoffs, baby.
This is what we live for, right?
I do, truly.
That's the playoffs. I wish I could look at the gold chart. I don't remember how to look at that.
Post game. Unfortunately, we'd have to go view it on the web to actually see the goal difference there. But that was every time we met, because we mentioned
the gold difference over time.
Yes, that one you have to go view on the web or post game.
Okay.
Here, yeah. But
gotcha.
Every time we did look at the gold there, you and I were mentioning, it's like, this is hella close. Like, this has been close every single time we look at it. Lots of back and forth between these teams, but that Kai'Sa got super damn strong this game.
Yeah, I think that was just Kai'Sa getting ahead and then basically carrying the team on her back until the rest of the team caught up with her, and it was just it was so unfortunate watching the game for the Tigers there, because that gold was so even for so long, and you can even see that just how even it was if you look at the standard gold on the home screen, the post game lobby here. 11 to 12,000 for the top laners, 10 to 11 for the junglers, 10 to 9 for the mid laners, and then there it is. It's a 16 to 12,000 between the 80 carries and the 2,000 gold between the supports. It was just, yeah.
It was a pretty crazy one.
That was, I think I give it to for player of the game. I give it to both the 80 carry and support, because both of those players played out of their minds.
Well, there can only be one for this game, so that poll is opened up. You can go ahead and vote on your player of the game. We will be going on to break, but when we come back, we'll announce our player of the game and then hop into game number 2 without any further delays. But guys, we will see you soon, and back on the analyst desk, ready for game 2.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Falling off of my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heart be needing. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby. I'm getting forget. Everybody know I'm a visual. Yeah, I kill it cold. There is a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything's wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is There's a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything's wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't work it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is gone, but
Thank you, YouTube, for closing out. Appreciate that. And welcome back to the LRS quarterfinals. We have just finished game 1, and Unicorns have found the win. Our first player of the game tonight is going to be none other than Lil Azur, going 1-1-16 on that Braum. Amazing stuff. We were praising the supports on the during the cast too, but we got to see them pop off big, and one of them ended up on the TV here. But we are not going to delay for very long because these players are ready to go. And without any further ado, Dream, why don't we hop into the draft for game 2? Let's see the setups here as we get ready to go for this next game.
Wow. I just looked up and saw that there's still a smidge of light outside, and I don't know if it's making me angry or happy.
It's still there. I mean, it's nice for the green screen. I'll say the lighting has been fantastic. But
8 o'clock at night. Go black, please.
no,
It's making me
I
feel uncomfortable.
like my summer nights. I love them.
I hate it. I want daylight savings back.
No, get rid. Actually, no, I like the extra hour too. That part of it, I will say I do like. But we are getting ready for this second draft of the night. A lot of stuff we got to watch out for here in the second game, as Players are readied up and ready to go. Galio going to be banned away again. I would not be surprised, though, if we saw a Kaisa ban come up against Ataxin here in this game.
Yeah, but honestly, is the Kaisa ban really worth it, though? Thinking about it, because there are things that they can play into the Kaisa there. They did first pick their AD carry, which did not pan out here. This time they do have the counter pick, and if they do decide, Unicorns do decide to go for and first pick the Kaisa there, there are options for the Tigers to be able to counter that. The Tristana was left up, did not get picked. The entire thing is generally a good pick into the Kaisa there. The Unicorns are going to remain with the similar bans here. We have the Galio, we have the Hecarim, but the side of the Tigers are going to ban away the Seraphine as their second ban here. They have left open the Corki so far and the Nunu, but they still have one ban left, so one of those is getting through here. And for the other side, we're going to see a new ban. It is going to be the Vladimir, which actually was banned. Was a ban in the second round of drafting for the Unicorns there. So
yes,
without having to ban the Seraphine, they're going to ban it third, which means they're going to get an extra pick of the litter of what they want to ban this time around too.
Yes, and that Corki will be the last one to sit on the bench, which means Kaisa's still up, but there are lots of strong B1 picks that they can go for. Like we've said, Udyr surprisingly wasn't in that last game, but okay. Unicorns loving the glacial comps tonight. They're gonna B1 Nunu. That is some big balls there to go for that. I mean, big snowballs. If you want to make a joke there, you can make the connection there for yourself if you want, but
there is a reason why this champion was banned away from him last game, and Tigers did fear it, but they did fear the Kaisa, and if they don't pick it up here, we could just get a run back of the last game. We may get another glacial support with the Braum there, because it looks like they were perfectly fine with the Kaisa Braum. They probably wouldn't mind to run that a second time around. And Nunu is the ganking potential on the Nunu is so much easier than the ganking potential with the Sejuani there, as we do have the Volley Bear locked in for the Tigers. Gonna run that back again. Honestly, I didn't feel very much impact from him. His ganks were not very strong. In fact, he had very few ganks throughout the game, or throughout the early game at least. And his team fighting was... He did have some pretty good ultimates, especially if he combined that on top of the Orianna ultimate, which, by the way, Darwin Theory with those Orianna ultimates were absolutely disgusting. He constantly got 3-4-man ultimates, but it was just a wallet difference. And we do have the Vayne.
I like it. That's, you know what, I was talking with a few. We were having a little bit of a watch party in lobby 1 there last night. And yeah, this is a big pick for an ADC to come out with. This is them essentially saying, listen, I don't like what you did to me game 1. So Caramel is ready to come out game 2 and absolutely style with the Vayne. However, Kaisa's still up. That's going to be locked in. And I wouldn't doubt if the Braum were to follow suit.
Yeah, the Nautilus also is a very great pairing. The Rel is an excellent pairing and a pretty good champion into the Vayne there, and is also makes it so shields don't matter. It is actually going to be the Nautilus here, so we got some ice, we got some void, and we got some water in this game so far. And here comes the Shadow Isles into this game. Just cut people from all regions. No Demacians, no Noxians, though, unfortunately. But Thresh is going to be locked in. Me and you love watching Thresh games.
I love
because
Thresh.
There's so many people that play this champion, and like generally all of them are just really good.
Yeah, there's a bunch of LRS players that are very, very good with this Thresh. I mean, both of these sports here tonight have brought it up before. But more so on the side of Dysik. He is very, very good with this Thresh. I'd say the only one of the other Thresh players that comes to mind is Pratoga, as he has been able to play that Thresh so clean for multiple splits at this point, but might have another little contender there potentially here if Tigers are to meet the Spartans or Vipers, depending on how tonight's series go.
Don't let Pratoga hear you though. Say that though. Remember, he's a
I
give me
said,
one trick.
I did say potential, but from what I've just, I've seen a lot more of Pratoga's games, and from all the Thresh I've seen him play, it's just he's pretty nuts. But this split has been a nice insight to see these other players making their debut into Legends Esports. But let's see what they're gonna whip out tonight, because we've got junglers, we've got the bot lanes locked in already. What are going to be these top and mid laners coming out for us?
And Tigers actually banning away their own Orianna. They did have the pick there. They could have gone for it, and it looks like it's going to be a mid lane ban here. I do believe the Yone was going to be banned, because and as a response, the Orianna was banned. But here, look at that. We have the Twisted Fate.
All right.
Twisted Fate would synergize very, very well with a bunch of champions in the top lane. Very easy to set up multiple man dives with the Volibear. I do love Twisted Fate, especially in the higher forms of play where people actually are able to use him effectively.
Use him for what he's actually used for. The Destiny you gold card somebody when you're there. It's beautiful for making picks, and I wouldn't doubt it if we see a couple of those plays come out in the bot lane. I really like this, though, that they went for the Volibear again, but this time are pairing up with the Twisted Fate, which means dives become a lot higher of a potential here versus last game. When you look at those lanes that Volley had to potentially dive an Urgot, dive an Annie, oh my goodness, dive a Lissandra, have fun with that. Oh,
dive
Unicorns did it again.
With...
Unicorn did it again. They picked lanes that you are not going to have fun diving them. I still think with the Twisted Fate, it is a bit of an extra added edge to what they want to try and go for, but it's not going to be easy with those champions, especially when Lissandra and Gnar hit 6. You need to be timing those dives very, very clean.
Yeah, and not only that, the Lissandra is... the dives from Lissandra and the Nunu are also very, very potent here, because you can't run away if you're not only locked away in a glacial tomb, but then you have absolute zero coming on top of you. You want to talk about Frozen? I do believe we should just rename unicorns.
I like. Okay. I mean,
Silas has a lot of fun ultimates to steal
that's
here.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, he's got a lot of options here for what he could go for, but a couple of those big ones. I mean, the Nunu, the Lissandra, the Gnar, the Nautilus. You know what? I just listed off basically the entire the entire team. Yeah, he's got some great options there. But we are locking into client right now, which means those predictions are going to be opening up very soon. So make sure to check your tokens, make sure how many you have before you place them down on which team you think is going to win. However, pretty standard where I think everything's going to end up. I think that's Silas top, Twisted Fate in the mid lane there for Tigers. And pretty standard stuff. However, this time it's the Gnar in the hands of Stone Kit Kat, so going to be flipping around that, not the full matchup there, but we do get to see a blue side Gnar once again. And going back to what I was saying about Nautilus, how he's good for either the pick potential or the disengage. I think based off how the unicorns are playing and what kind of comp they're going for here, and the fact that Ataxin is back on that Kai'Sa, we're going to see a Nautilus more flipped into the attack mode tonight. So I think this game, again, like we said earlier, even mid-cast last game, the supports have been massive for this game. I think a lot of this game is going to be influenced by them.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. And we have two of the best hook champions in the game here with the Thresh and the Nautilus. Obviously, there's the retarded cousin Pike, but we don't talk about him very much.
And Blitzcrank, no love for Blitzcrank? Come on!
Absolutely not. Blitzcrank players are cringe at best, and
Outstream, you hurt me.
At worst.
You cut me deep, buddy.
I do cut you deep, but you've been failing me in playoffs lately, so...
Rookie diff. It's all good.
Anyway, back to this game. The Silas is going to be very, very instrumental to this team composition, because without the Silas stealing the right ultimate at the right time, the Tigers really only have the Thresh and the Twisted Fate for the engage. They really don't have all that much to get on top of the back line here for the side of Tigers. It's going to be quite difficult getting past a Lysandra, a Nautilus, a Gnar, and a Nunu, even though they do have the Destiny and Fate's Call. I believe it's called Fate's Call, and when he teleports.
Destiny. It's just Destiny Fate's Call. It's a funny one. It's a funny one like that. They have the multiple numbers. I like Oriana's the best. Command Shockwave. I wonder whose ultimate that is.
What about Gnar?
Gnar. Yeah, Gnar is just his own name. I mean, that's pretty baller to have your ultimate named after yourself. But we do have these teams locked in, so we're gonna flip it on back and not hit that button on Streamlabs. We want the one that brings up all the champions in their correct order, as well as letting you guys know predictions are opening up right now, so you can go ahead and start to place your bets and put your tokens down on who do you think is going to win. But game number 2 here for this best of 5 series. Unicorns looked really, really good in that first game, but even though we saw the kill difference on that scoreboard, the gold was pretty damn neck and neck the entire time. So these two teams have a lot of potential here. Tigers looking to bring it back, but looking at what these two teams are going for, hopefully Tigers are going to look to execute with that volley dive a little bit more this game. It wasn't able to be executed last game. Had a bit of a rough time diving those lanes, but you do have some options here with that Twisted Fate in the mid lane, and not an Urgot top, it's a Sylas top. So I will get that fixed up in 2 seconds.
I mean, it would be interesting. I don't think Casey Cools would prefer to have that matchup actually flipped around him. It did look like he was struggling. Stone Kick did struggle quite a lot into that Gnar. So picking up the Sylas here, going to have a bit of an easier time. I wouldn't say it should be a free lane for the Sylas, but it's definitely not going to be a doomed lane for the Sylas. Gnar is still going to have that range advantage, is going to have a lot of disengage options, and can just straight up kite the Sylas there quite easily. But what's really the most important lane here, I do believe, is going to be that bot lane again, because if Attaxen pops off a second time, it could just destroy the mentals of the Tigers.
And the thing is, too, if that Kai'Sa gets ahead in lane like she did last time, and those kills are being taken from the Vayne and the Thresh, I mean, you ideally do not want Vayne to be behind at any point in the game, because once you hit that late game mark, Vayne becomes an absolute monster. And I've kind of said this in the one way where every time Vayne gets a kill, you essentially can shave off a minute of that 30-minute timer, but the reverse is true as well, too. The more behind that the bot lane gets, if the Vayne does get behind this game, the longer it's going to take for that Vayne to come online. And we saw once the Unicorns were ready to go, once they had that Elder, they didn't really waste any time after that. They sieged, and they took tower after tower after tower, and ended the game off of that. So they're not afraid to go for those ends when they have the winning condition ready to go, but I think Tigers need to be very careful about giving kills on over to attacks in this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. And according to the coach for the Tigers have unbreakable mental, so they are not going to care whether they win or lose this game.
Good.
They're going to be ready to go throughout this entire series. Thank you there for letting us know. But I'm going to turn this question to you. Just on paper, take away the team names, take away the player names. On paper, which team has the better composition and who wins?
I think looking at what I've seen this split, the Kai'Sa is just one of those champions that stand out to me. Same with the resurgence of Gnar. His ultimates are just kind of nuts in these team fights. So honestly, I would say in this game, I would give the edge back over to the Unicorns again. However, we'll have to see how the Tigers execute this game with that volley bear this time, but it'll all unfold on the Rift as we are hopping on in a few short moments. We'll be back in just a bit, so make sure to keep getting those predictions in, but we will see you back on the Rift. Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome back to the LRS Draft quarterfinals. We are hopping into Game 2 right now with the side switch coming through. Unicorns over on the blue, and Tigers on the red this time, as Unicorns do have side selection for Games 2 and 4. But they were able to take a win on red side, which from a lot of the games I've seen and played recently, blue side tends to be quite dominant. But I think tonight, Draft has looked strong from both sides, which is why we had such a close Game 1 throughout the majority of it. And I think we might see a bit of that returning this game, as long as, that Kaisa does not start getting those kills again.
Yeah, Kaisa is going to be instrumental, and she definitely now has a even stronger support to really get ahead in this lane. Kaisa, Nautilus, Lucian, Braum, Caitlyn Morgana. Those are the three really big bot lanes that you think of when you have that. And it looks like the Kaisa Nautilus are going to start off very, very early with a cheese in the bot lane.
Oh, and Caramel's walking down to by himself. Oh, no, Caramel, don't do it. You gotta know. They're looking to get this dang Kaisa ahead again. A little bit of trading going on in the mid lane, but we got to keep our eyes peeled on this. Oh, Caramel, please.
Oh, no.
Caramel. I think he'll be okay. He just needs to stay right there. Don't step up. Don't you dare do it. Don't do it. Okay, Thresh is here. Dicek is here. We're okay, I think, maybe.
It looks like they are still waiting.
Oh, they're able to land the anchor there. A bit of early damage coming down onto Caramel as... Unicorns will get the drop on that bot lane, but other than that,
that was a very buggy Q there. Honestly, how did he get that?
Melted. It might have phased wall through a couple of those minions there, but we don't talk about that. That's just visual feature here on the spectator client, perhaps. But Lil Zero looking to go in again. G Dicek gonna eat that Nautilus auto, flashes away, but the anchor will land onto the vein, and look how much damage. Unicorns already pumping out at level 2. Holy crap.
And that's going to be the heal and the flash from the Thresh and the heal from the Vayne there. This lane is going to be very, very difficult to play without that. The flash is still up from Caramel, going to have that just in case that happens a second time. But if that happens a second time, there is not going to be a saving grace this time around.
No, the flash down as well too, which means that could be potentially a place that Nunu decides to come and visit. He is on this side of the map, already in the try, but that lane is pushed pretty much under the tower at this point, so it's not going to be that possible for the Nunu to dive this early on. However, top lane kind of trading back and forth. We do get pings around this jungle side, as both these junglers will say a little how do you do with that scrying orb. However, need to breathe a little bit here. I think I say that, but it's a little bit of a quieter game now until someone gets hooked, I guess. Dream.
Yeah. And you see, this Vayne is not taking any chances. Is going to try their best to freeze the wave right here, but like it's going to be quite difficult to keep the wave frozen against a Nautilus and a Kaisa there. The Acathian Rain doing so much to break a freeze very, very easy. Yeah, and we see it's already starting to break.
Oh my goodness, he just curved that hook, and so did Dicek. In with the hook, in with the play, and double exhaust coming on out from both sides of these lanes. Attacks and taking the worst end of that trade is Caramel. You got to be careful with these trades because that is a bit of a big wave there, especially with the cannon. So they will back on off. But Ataxin with the flash down and both exhausts used from either support. It's just going to be an exchange of summoners so far as mid lane continues to trade back and forth. Volley is going to be up on this top side of the map, but if he walks in that try, he will get spotted. More trading in the bot lane, and it's first blood for Ataxin. They're not done yet. Caramel flashes out, and Ataxin can't follow in because he burned his flash earlier, but still 400 gold in the pocket of this Kaisa. Again, exactly what we said the Tigers didn't want to have happen has just happened.
Yeah, and this is going to force the Kaisa, or the Vayne here, to run back, tail between her legs. She is not having fun in this lane whatsoever. And it is going to be a full noon quiver finish, just a two long compared to just 2 long swords. Down already quite a bit of CS as well. We see that the rest of the map is going very even as to be expected. Lysandra very good at farming under pressure, so is the Twisted Fate here. And top lane, Silas is very proficient at farming underneath his turret. He is perfectly fine doing that. I think the funniest thing about this Gnar skin is he doesn't have a boomerang. He's throwing a watch around.
Oh yeah, he is. Would you look at that? I just took a closer look at that one because I usually end up running the Dino Gnar, so.
Of course,
a personal preference, but I do have the Gentleman Gnar as well too. Sometimes you have to bust that out when you're feeling a little classy, and since it's playoff season, you know, that's why we see Stone Kit Kat here with his lovely little get up on the Gnar, which is, look at him. What a proper gentleman.
Yeah, do we have a zoom in here? Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's Gentleman Gnar is very adorable. Just about as adorable as Gentleman Cho'Gath.
Wait. Handsome. We'll call it handsome. How about that? But first dragon of this game is going to get started up. Jesus does have a little bit of vision on the other side of this, but Tigers are looking to claim a dragon for themselves this time. His last game, they did not get a single one. However, this Ocean is going down. That will be the death sentence landing. And Little Zur looking to go in as well, too. She's just kind of getting caught in the middle of all these members of Unicorns. He's going to drop. Ataxin has shown up as well, too. That's going to be a kill. Go on over to GKP. But it's 3v3. The TP coming through. Ataxin gets low and will drop to Caramel. In comes Casey. Cools. GKP going to be dropped as well. And so will Little Zur. Tigers find the fight. It ends up being a 3-for-0 for them, plus a dragon. That is massively advantageous for them this game.
It was a 3-for-1 actually.
3-for-1, yes. The Kaisa went.
Jungler did go. No, the
no, wait, sorry. Go.
The Volley Bear went down.
Yes, reverse. Yep. Thank you, Dream.
Yep. And that kill did go to the Lysandra, though. I did think. I don't think the ultimate was necessary on the Volley Bear. Maybe using that on maybe the Vayne there might have been the smarter play. But they do manage to get a kill here onto the Kaisa fairly early, just a little bit different than last time. The Vayne picks up a kill. Is actually going to be ahead in gold here over the Kaisa for now. And some very important things there to remember. The Casey Cools did teleport down there. The teleport was available for Stone Kit Kat, but he did not. Cheezus did not have his ultimate there, and he had multiple people just standing there waiting for it. If he had his ultimate there, that fight might have gone very, very different. Both the ultimates were not available for both bot lanes there, which could also have swung the fight. So that was just a prelude. We didn't have the full power of these teams just yet. The next fight that we do have around this Infernal Dragon may be different.
Yeah, these level 6s are very close here for this bot lane. They're about 3/4 of the way. So yeah, like you said, it's going to make a much heavier impact once everybody has their 6 in these fights, especially that depth charge from Nautilus can be pretty massive. We saw last game for the disengage, but I think in this game, I'm just, as a Nautilus, putting that R onto the Vayne every single time. If they're able to find Caramel, that's a lot of this damage, especially against their tanks being taken away.
We also have the exact same dragons from last game, so it's most likely going to be a Mountain Soul yet again.
Okay, this happened to us last week too, is that we saw the same lineup from dragons again and end up being the opposite that we expected, so maybe it is a Cloud Drake this game, but based off of last game, yeah, we might be seeing the Mountain Soul again this game, which in this case, either team is going to benefit from getting those shields if they're able to get the Mountain Soul, but that extra little, those tanky stats that you get from those early Mountain Drakes, or from the Drakes that you're going to be picking up later on in the game, because we might see some back and forth between these teams on Drakes this game. However, oh, nice little flay time there, but in comes the Nunu. That's going to be the Vayne going into the final hour, but the box will come out. G Dysik here is now chasing him back as Ronan has shown up. Big Volley Bear joining from the fray as Cheese is getting low. The absolute zero ticking down. Dysik gets low, but it is going to be Cheeses taken out. Just one kill picked up in that bot lane as Little Zur and Taxon are going to have to back on off.
Yeah, and we also saw the teleport burned from Darwin Theory there in the mid lane. It was interrupted by
what a nice
Lysandra.
anchor, but a little bit of a bait to go back in onto this one as Ronin comes on in and slays attacks. And that's, you gotta know that volley's not very far off from where he just left.
Well, he was probably sitting waiting for a dive, most likely, with that push there. But the hook was very good there, but they had the follow up to make sure that it did not mean anything. The Silas does, I do believe he has. No, he doesn't have an ultimate right now, and he's going to dodge out of that snowball. Biggest snowball ever. I love that ability's name. I love the new Willa. One of the few things that Riot has done right. I do love it.
See Darwin Theory getting some plate gold there in the mid lane as well too, so that'll be nice. Nice considering the fact that this lane is pretty even on CS, and no plates have gone over to this Lysandra quite yet. So a little bit of a little gold lead there for him. However, some trading going on in the top lane. KC Cool is going to be healing up, trying to get away from Stone Kit Kat, but the Gnar into the wall, and in comes Jesus as well too. A lot of healing. They got to finish him off fast. Jesus, just able to take out that Silas, but that to me is scary already, seeing the Silas doing that much healing.
Yeah, it does mean they are going to start up this Rift Herald here. Second Dragon is going to be given away.
Oh no! Oh no, G-Dicek. Oh, I'm so sorry the director cam had to do you like that, but somehow he's actually going to make it out. Wait a minute. They flipped things around. This Thresh is completely out of position, but there are just numbers here from the side of the Tigers, and somehow G-Dicek survives.
Man, that is really bad. The Kaisa is definitely not having the impact she did last game. We are going to see the Infernal Dragon taken away here.
See? What is that? It's Cloud this game. What? That makes no sense to me, Dream.
Yeah, it doesn't either. Maybe there's a 75-25 for the chances between the two dragons that are still available. Because most of the time it is Mountain.
Most of the time. But this time it will be that Cloud Drake, so, I mean...
not very useful on very many of these champions. They're not going to get that, especially if Lysandra uses her ultimate on herself, it's not going to be very useful for her. She's not going to get that modus movement speed if she's unable to move. It will be very useful for this Vayne, however.
Silas is in some major trouble. Casey Cool's getting caught up by the Frozen Tomb and the Giant Snowball, but Absolute Zero should be able to close him off. Gets him down to a sliver, and Stone Kit Kat will just jump on him like a little Goomba there. Finishes him off, but 3 members sent towards the top side, which means you should be expecting to see some numbers from Tigers here in this bot side of the map. Attaxon all by himself, and Shelly getting popped up there in the top lane. This should help get Stone Kit Kat a lot of gold here. But we're seeing the help pings from Tigers here underneath the turret. They're going to look for a dive on Attaxon here.
Yeah, the teleport is available for both top laners.
And they come. Oh, beautiful cleanse timing on that gold card. But in comes GKP, looking to go with this Lysandra. No ulti is available. That death sentence is going to land onto Attaxon. Beautiful focus there by G-Dicek. GKP is going to be forced to flash on over the wall as the final hour. Just adding so much damage to those Vayne autos. But Darwin Theory fending off that Nautilus as the push onto the spot tower continues. However, Nunu has joined. He's going to get hit by a hook, but the hook return onto Dicek as Lysandra just going to be throwing a claw there to finish off that Thresh. We see the effigies there chasing after Caramel, but in the end, it's just the, I believe the Kaisa traded up for that Thresh.
Yeah, and this is the 3rd time they've gotten onto this Thresh. They finally managed to kill him. I don't know what juice this Thresh has been drinking, but he is so hard to kill. Finally going down there, taking so much damage, still being able to trade the kill for the Kaisa there. It is going to burn the teleport from both the top and the mid laner, from either side respectively. KC Cool's not going to have that as he's heading back up the top lane. And he needs to be a little bit careful. The Gnar is close to
he's
that
close
may
to
not
Mega.
have been what he
He's
wanted.
got ulti. That's he's gonna throw him away. Stone Kit Kat Probably.
He threw him.
Might.
I think he threw him away because the wall there. The Casey Cools does have the ultimate in return. Could have thrown him into a wall, and the CC chain from Silas is very strong. So
I still think Stone Kit Kat might have been able to do the exact same to him, but just to be on the safe side, that's why we're seeing not one, not two, but 3 more members from the side of Unicorns heading up towards the top lane. The focus is on this tower, but Silas says no thank you. Frozen Tomb comes out. The Gnar ulti back from him, but all these members of the Unicorns will survive, so nicely done on that tower dive here as they're going to go look to finish off this last bit of the tower. They got 20 seconds here until the plates are gone, though.
While they were doing that, they sent 5 members down for Ataxin, and Ataxin is he has to play the the scared game. I don't want to play this lane right now.
This is never feels good as an ADC to be this far back in your lane, but you know, at least on the other side of your map, your team is getting something done. Your team is getting something back for it, and you're not trading a death for it like they did. So overall, it's 1-for-1 tower, but it's that extra kill that the Unicorns put in their pocket. Looking at the scoreboard, though, 1,000 gold lead here for the Tigers. They're up 2 kills to 2 kills, 8-6, and 2 dragons to none. But this Cloud Drake is up in 45 seconds, so we're probably going to start to see numbers heading over here for that vision.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what we're going to see here because there is a 2-man death bush, and there are 3, possibly 4 members that can get down here very, very quickly.
Never said it's a death bush. But just the 2 of them, that's pretty damn risky. They're gonna go back and farm, but let's see who prioritizes this dragon more. Dream.
I do think that the side of the Unicorns, I don't think they can contest it at the current moment here. The teleport is available for Stone Kit Kat, but his Mega Gnar just ended, so the chances of them actually winning this fight are rather low.
He's getting that turret demolish off on that tier 2, but
yeah, they may just trade it for a tier 2 tower on the top side of the map here.
It's not terrible, but it does definitely pose a risk there that now Tigers are at that soul point. Gnar should be able to finish this one off as he's about to go Mega. He's got a last little bit of a wave with him to do it. However, there are numbers heading up towards his top side, so I think he might have to use the TP escape play here, unless his team can draw the attention to themselves. Here in the mid lane is, oh no, Cheese is actually going to get caught out. GKP not going to be hit by that Thresh hook, but the gold card will land, and the Lantern to get Ronan out. So just a little pass by there. Nothing too serious happening during that exchange, except Gnar finishes off that tower and able to escape without any issues up in that top lane.
It will be the top 2 inner tower for the Dragon and a Volibear ultimate there. Not really going to be that impactful at the very moment. However, this does mean that if the side of Unicorns want to contest, they have to contest rather for every one of these dragons until the soul is taken by either one of these teams. Soul Point is a very powerful motivator to come down and fight for it here. We haven't actually seen the Gnar teleport anywhere. He has stayed in top lane pretty much the entire game. We do see him now in the bot side matching Caramel here, and if anybody is strong enough to keep away from this Vayne here, it is the Gnar. He is one of those champions that can fight the Vayne, at least temporarily, as just Fate maybe in a little bit of trouble here. He has to use the Proto Belt just to get away there.
Oh, no, here goes Vayne. The Condemn out. They were Caramel was trying to pin Stone Kit Kat to that dead tower right there. The fallen towers. He's going back in once more. Stone Kit Kat taking so much damage, and he's just gonna die to this last Silver Bolt. One more will do it. Can he find it? Yes, he is. Tumbles on in, but another fight breaking out around this side of the Baron pit as, oh my goodness, in come the numbers. That hook will not land. Cheese is going to be getting out. I believe that.
Oh no.
Oh no. He just gets locked down. In comes Darwin Theory to finish him off, and that is going to be a lot of members of the Tigers taking over this jungle just as the Baron is coming on this map as well too. So this is going to be massive for them.
Yeah, the Baron is going to be a very powerful play, but
Rude.
fortunately, the side of the... Oh, they're just going to start it. Never mind.
Yep,
I was going to
the
say that
backs.
they did pick the Terra. But yeah, they are going to start it. There isn't a lot of vision here. The Lissandra is teleporting bot lane. They don't know what's happening. They're going to try and shut down this Vayne. For a Baron, I don't like this play at all.
No, Baron for a Vayne. I don't know how... oh my god. Almost gets taken down in the process too, but this Baron is down to under 3,000 health. It is going to be picked up here by the Tigers, so they go ahead and secure themselves their first Baron of the game, and quite an early one at that. 20 minutes, 45 seconds. That is really, really good for them. So hopefully they can make use of this big purple worm for the next few minutes.
Yeah. This is definitely not a game-ending Baron, but it definitely is a power play game, power play Baron. They are going to get a lot of objectives off this map. The Vayne actually getting that bot lane inner tower very, very low. There are still 2 entire top lane towers that are available for the picking on the top half of the map for the side of Tigers here. And they do now have about a 2,000 gold lead. The Baron power play is going to increase that. Red team has just lost their bot lane outer turret here. So we are going to... I think we're going to go a little bit slower here. I don't think the side of Unicorns want to fight all too much while that Baron is on them. You saw what they had to expend just to make sure the Vayne couldn't get away. Caramel playing this Vayne a little bit more like a split push top lane Vayne than a AD carry Vayne, honestly. And the Kai'Sa definitely not working out for them the second time around.
Not quite. A little bit more answers and more focus, I guess, being put onto attacks in this game. As see that death counter a little bit higher than what we saw on him last game. So that's just a nice job from the Tigers here, focusing on that scary Kai'Sa from last game. Make sure she didn't get to a point that we saw last game. However, this last Herald of the game was held on to for so long. It's going to the mid tower. However, that's just soul. Unicorns are giving up. Soul. Free soul for Tigers. And they're going to have that Cloud Soul under the belt, which means faster cooldowns on their ults. Plus those 2 clouds that they have already means a little bit of extra movement speed for them as well. And
they do pick up the mid lane inner tower, though. So 5 towers to 2 now. That is a lot of macro pressure. And we actually see the gold has decreased down to 1,000. You would think the team with the Baron is the one that's getting all these turrets, but they're just giving up the neutrals for these Barons, or for these towers here. It is going to allow them to put a lot of pressure on the map here. But they do end up giving 1 back. It's going to be the mid inner tower here, and they're going to go top side, and they're probably going to shove this and go for the top outer tower as well. It just seems like the Unicorns, they're very, very slow. Either they're choosing not to take these, that way they can maybe wait. Maybe they didn't want the Cloud Soul at all. They just want to fight for Elder, which will be up in about 4.5 minutes here. And the next Baron, just allowing their team to kind of scale up a little bit, stall the game out. But stalling the game out against a Vayne is probably a mistake.
you do not want to keep giving this Vayne that time she needs to get online, but already has a Kraken Slayer, already has a Phantom Dancer, which means she's going to be hitting pretty hard like we saw against that Gnar. Oh, nice little hook there on the little Zerg, but we have a fight breaking out here in the jungle. A box will come out to dissuade these members, but so is the depth charge as that flash away from G-Dicek, but it gets pulled back in. The play is there. Are they going to be able to find this? Nunu, Absolute Zero comes out, but he gets creamed. However, look at the damage coming through from GKP. That Lissandra does so much. Stone Kit Kat going in with the Gnar, but it's Caramel on the other side, shredding apart these members of the Unicorns with that Vayne. They need to find her so bad, but no, she's just on an absolute spree. It's a quadra kill. Go for the Penta, baby. Game 2. Caramel finds a pentakill on the Vayne. Holy moly.
Yeah, and that's going to be that's that's a wrap. Honestly, this game is definitely out of hand now. We had a Jackson. He had his pop-off game last time, and this time it's Caramel. 8-1-6 on that champion there. Has a almost 4,000 gold sitting in his inventory right now.
3,700. Holy crap.
Caramel is very, very strong. And we talked about what happens if this Vayne gets ahead. We've seen it time and time again with Giggle and on other players that play this champion. If this champion gets ahead, the game is just over. And that's exactly what just happened again. Late game Vayne is going to be online about 10 minutes earlier than it should be.
Yeah, and the fact is too, Caramel is playing really nice on this.
Infinity Edge. Just bought an Infinity Edge. Didn't have any components. Just buys an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, why not? Why not? You got to add a little bit of edge to these fights here, but I mean, we've got Baron up in 40 seconds, Elder up in about 2.5 minutes here. These are massive objectives. I don't know if the Tigers are going to really need one of these big objectives to end the game, because if they get another team fight like that, I can just see them going all 5 down the mid lane, closing it off with that Vayne. But they just need to make sure to keep Caramel alive in these fights, and they are golden.
Yeah, and that was the game plan last game from the Unicorns here. If the AD carry does die, it does spell a little bit of trouble, because all of your gold, your lead is going to be on that one champion here. And it looks like the QSS may be the next item from the Vayne here, so not going to be able to use that Glacial Tomb onto the Vayne anymore. However, there is a ton of CC that is still available here for the side of Unicorns, as they are going to stare down the big purple worm yet again, and they're going to start it up.
Oh yeah, and no vision from the side of Unicorns right now. It's just a little Zerg kind of roaming around here, but this Baron is just running so fast with the Vayne. Goodbye, Baron. No contest from Unicorns on this one, as that will be their second of the game. Tigers pick that up. They're probably just going to look to close this one off.
Yeah, and I mean, there's really not much that the side of Unicorns can do at this point. They need a miracle fight here. We've seen miracle fights happen before, but it's going to be very, very difficult. It looks like they may actually wait for the Elder Dragon. If the side of Unicorns can manage to steal this in, we all know Nunu is the best champion to steal neutral objectives with the bite, with the smite, despite being 2 levels lower. Still has a stronger execute than the Volibear does. But if he goes in there, Vayne can probably 3 to 6 shot him with the amount of damage that she has right now.
Oh yeah,
and
she's pretty nuts. Caramel is not someone you want to mess with right now. However, they got to be smart with these ults. I mean, the Depth Charge and the Frozen Tomb are really good options to look for that Vayne. And if they're able to shut her down, I mean, that's going to be some nice gold, first of all, but also a huge threat off the map. Is Unicorns are taking over a little bit in this Vision game, but this Baron buff, still about 1.5 minutes left on it here for the side of the Tigers. They're going to be carrying in that extra little bit of damage coming into this fight, as Elder is now on the map. This could be a potentially game-changing fight here, or game-ending, depending on how this one goes here. But Tigers, with the advantage here, are a little bit cut off here from Casey Cools. He's going to have to wrap around, as it's the dance around the dragon, as directed camera. Nope, that's not directed camera. That's manual camera here, taking us to God knows where. But
most importantly here, though, the Vayne, before this dragon spawn, was able to go back and buy the QSS. Has that finished in the inventory here, so going to be very, very difficult to actually kill her. And look where she's positioned. She's in the far back.
Cools is over on the other side of the wall with the Gnar ult. In goes everybody. It's an absolute fiesta, but the massive ult from Casey Cools knocks these members of the Unicorns into the wall. Here come the rest of the Tigers to look to clean it out. Caramel still on the chase. A triple kill for him, and possibly, oh no, a quadra as he goes over the wall. It's going to be the ace here for Tigers as they clean up these members of the Unicorns. They don't even care about the Elder. They just want to go end. But a little bit of a split decision here from both sides.
Yeah, the minions actually not being very helpful to Darn Theory there. They are going to pick up the Elder Dragon as well here. It did look like it was a pretty good fight from side of the Unicorns there, but the Vayne was untouched that entire time. As Vayne is just going to sit there and wait for a little bit, letting her support tank it for no reason, and then they're going to pick up the Elder. So that way every single one of their allies can have the Elder Dragon here.
Yeah. So you know what? You look at it this way. You might not have gone for the short exchange there, which was an inhibitor or two.
That's rude.
But they go for the Elder. They make sure all 5 of these members of Tigers have them. So essentially, what we're looking at is Tigers looking to set up a big team fight in the next 2 minutes with that Elder buff on them. Finishing's out, and then we will see an exploded Nexus. But most likely looking like we are going to be seeing 4 games here tonight. Dream at least, as Tigers looking really, really strong in this game 2 of the night.
The reason why I said that's rude is because you see the Mercurial Scimitar finish, and it looks like Vayne's going for a Guardian Angel as the last item, so...
Oh no, you don't get to kill her. You just don't.
It's actually impossible.
Oh boy, that's it's definitely tough. Tough to get a Vayne at this. And I mean, we've talked about it, we've said it before, late game Vayne is an absolute monster. And the fact that this one is 12-1 and 7, yeah, that's not what you want.
Yeah, the early game looked very, very rough, especially that level 2. But then the Tigers said, okay, let's just send 5 people down there on repeat and make sure that Kaisa can't play the game. And then it just was a side effect that the Vayne was getting all of the kills there. So,
but the siege onto this bot tower is going to get started. Shouldn't be too much of an issue here for the Tigers, as they're going to go ahead and take this inhibitor as well. And not too much Unicorns can do except watch on this one. If they try and step up, it is going to mean probably death. There's only one member they have their targets on right now, and that is Caramel. But not too much is going to be done about this siege, as Ataxin forced to cleanse there as well. The gold card almost catches him, and he will cleanse that away. But that being down means Dysik now has a target on that Kaisa's back.
Yeah, and you saw how much damage that just the gold card did. And remember, the blue card has the most damage out of all of them. So,
my god! Big gnarled into the entire wall there. Caramel is going to be going legendary. Stone Kit Kat in the back trying to save his team. But Darwin Theory is just making sure to CC down everyone as Caramel runs around the fight, shredding people apart. He's going to get himself a triple kill. He gets a penta, he gets a quadra, he gets a triple to finish off the game. That's going to be another ace. And Tigers tie the series up to 1-1. We are going to be seeing at least 4 games here tonight, folks. But what a strong performance here from the Tigers here in our second game of the night.
Yeah, that was... both these games have been bot lane shows. For the side of the Unicorns, it was a dual effort from Ataxin and Lil Azur, but this time around, it was definitely Caramel and Judicic just absolutely demolishing everything they saw in their path. The hooks from Judicic were absolutely beautiful, and his the amount of time he just stays alive in those is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, we got to speak about that. I'm sorry, Dysik, we got to do this to you, but that bit of a misplay there around Tribush, he was still able to make it out, and it makes no sense to me, but it's just G-Dysik along with the Tigers there.
I think the reason why is because, so the Nautilus gets the hook on him, and then the Cathian Rain comes down, but then the Thresh throws his W for the shield, and then he hooks the Kaisa, so Kaisa's not doing any damage, and that's just enough time for the rest of his team to show up, and I think that's how he survived there.
It was definitely a close call, but he makes it out. He's got the rest of the Tiger squad behind him, and that's, you know what, it was a lot more of a team effort here, but in the end, when you see a Vayne on a team, you got to know we are funneling this gold into the Vayne, and oh my god, Caramel this game with a pentakill. I hope somebody clipped that for us here. Either way, we have the VOD to go back to and watch it again tomorrow. But yeah, this was a massive, massive Vayne game. I mean, we
Yeah, there was a pentakill, a quadra-kill, a triple kill, and I do also believe there was a double kill early in the game. So getting all of the kills that time around, just an absolute beast on that champion there.
Yeah. And we are going to send it to break just in a few short moments. Make sure to vote on your player of the game. But when we come back, we will be going into our third game of the series. It's going to be tied 1-1 now as Tigers find themselves a win back over the Unicorns. And we got a series on our hands, folks. Let's see how it unravels this night. But we'll see you back in a few short moments as we head to break right now.
Daylight is laid to rest beneath all the rubble, and all that runs through my flesh is a spirit of trouble. Under moonlit sky, I'm desperate to feel more alive, alive. Dreams that keep me wide awake. Call me up out of the suffocated by sorrow. My bones start to disconnect. My soul becomes hollow. In the endless night, I'm desperate to feel more alive, alive. Dreams that keep me wide awake. Call me up out of the grave.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LRS Draft quarterfinals. We have our second player of the game, this time from the Tigers win there in Game 2. It's going to be none other than Caramel on that vein, going 15, 1, and 7. Massive game for them, and massive game for the Tigers as well to tie this series up. I have an itch on my foot, so I apologize for that. But we will not delay any longer because I know this is a potentially long night we have on our hands here. So we're going to hop back right into this pick and ban as Tigers now have side selection, have opted for the blue side, but we are going to be ready for Game 3 in just a few moments, guys.
Yeah, and I definitely wonder what the Unicorns are going to do for the adaptation of this draft here. Clearly, the vein was an issue. However, it is once again, it is a very manageable issue. We saw the domination that Ataxin and Lozer were able to do in the very early levels until they started getting roamed on by everybody, the Grump, the Krugs, the Blue Buff, all of them just coming down to bot lane just to say hi is what it looked like, honestly.
Just a little, like I say, a little how do you do sometimes. It doesn't always work out. But, I mean, these past couple games, like you said, have been a lot of bot involvement. I mean, we saw last game what they were able to do. However, we might see a bit of a switch up here in positions. I only got so many of these name tags to switch around, so I'll just inform you guys as we go. Everyone in positions. Just gotta double check here because I might see a little bit of a switch up. And this isn't the first time though that we might have seen this though, as we just want to confirm from the Tigers this is what they are running this game, is that a little bit of a change up here. But we'll wait to confirm with these teams once they are ready to go. We are ready on our end. But based off these past two games, Dream, I mean, what are we going to be expecting to see here in game number 3 tonight?
Both these teams are definitely bot lane focused. They definitely play 4 strong side bot lane, so I do expect both the Tigers and Unicorns to draft very strong, very scaling bot lanes. So it's really going to be what the teams draft to enable these bot lanes to get their leads. Tigers definitely drafting the stronger team that can protect the AD carry in the last game, and in the first game it was the opposite effect. So I'm really curious to see what adaptations do come in from these two teams, if it is going to remain a bot lane centric for both of these teams, or if they are going to switch it up and maybe have somebody else carry, because both of these mid laners also haven't been the carries, but they definitely have been very, very strong respectively. Even in that second game there, the Lissandra was actually 3-0 at one point, was very, very strong. And in game 1, we saw those shockwaves that Judicic was able to land. Or not Judicic, Darwin Theory, excuse me. Darwin Theory was able to land. So I'm really curious to see what the adaptations are this time around. And another thing is those top lanes are very, very strong as well. They usually hold their own, and not a lot of attention to send up there. They're definitely playing Reek side, but it has been Gnar that has been a big difference in the playmaking for these teams.
I mean, more specifically, the Gnar alts have been pretty damn massive. We saw when the Silas was able to steal them away last game. Quite nicely executed by KC Cools there to put all those good alts to use. But I mean, it does create pretty hectic team fights when you see all that chaos going on. But in the end, Tigers came out on top of those fights, and that's why they won that last game. Well, more than just that, there's a couple of reasons, but we've already talked about game 2. We are on to game 3, and this draft is going very fast here. Swain, Corky gone, Galio, taken away again, as well as this time it will be the Twisted Fate. So they do not want to deal with that this game. Unicorns will ban that away, as now we get into our final 2 bans of this first round.
Yeah, getting rid of those global ultimates there from Unicorns. I do like this adaptation. Twisted Fate was very, very strong in the later stages of the game. The Swain and the Corki. People are very, very terrified of GKP's Corki here. And for good reason. He is very, very good on that champion, and that champion is a massive playmaker. If he can get ahead, he does so much damage in the mid to late game. Wondering what the Tigers are going to ban last here. It is going to be the Lucian, actually. This may force Unicorns to ban away, the pink-haired lady, Seraphine.
This is kind of what the plan is here, is that is the final ban, unfortunately, that you have to use on red side if you do not want to deal with that Seraphine. And that's exactly what we see here. I was a little surprised to see it banned away as the second ban there from Tigers. He could have just saved it for the third, just in that off chance the other team does decide to ban it. But in most cases here, we do see Seraphine banned away last on the red side. But Tigers now getting that B1 pick this time. Let's see what one of those strong meta B1 picks they want to go for is. You know what made it? It crept its way through, and this is one of the champions I saw Ronan on back in the exhibition games. There it is. The Hecarim is going to be coming through for him. I was building it up. I didn't quite get there before it showed up on the screen, but that is one of his specialty champions, one of his comfort picks. So Ronan has done some great stuff with his Hecarim this split, and is going to be busting it out in this game. A very strong champion here in the current meta.
Yeah, we did see it banned away both times last two games. In the previous 2 games. Thank you. So we do see it get picked up by the Tigers here. As you said, Ronan is very, very strong on this champion. And this champion is also just very, very strong in his own right. However, not for much longer. The nerfs are going to be coming in soon. And he is... From what I've seen, he is getting absolutely gutted. Yeah, 7 hours ago, we have the nerfs being called out. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was.
So not a gutting, just a little scrape to the knee of one of Hecarim's 4 knees. Yeah.
His devastating charge is 10% weaker at the final based on time activation, so it's 10% weaker. That is a pretty big nerf, but I don't think it's going to do all that much for his stance in the meta. Oh, no. It's that ultimate that you really got to be worried about, and Vayne was left open.
That was also left open. The Kai'Sa this time. Caramel is going to be running it against the Taxon, so this is the flip-flop of the matchup we saw actually from game 1 was Kai'Sa Sivir. Except with the opposite ADCs with them. Caramel had the Sivir, Ataxin had the Kai'Sa. Now we get to see these champions in the hands of the other side of the matchup, but I'm curious to see how this one goes, as Orianna is going to be locked in as well. We talked about ball delivery systems, and well, you've got one of the fastest ball delivery systems on your team right now with a Hecarim, so this is looking like a really good draft so far from Tigers, as Unicorn's going to go ahead and lock in that Annie.
Yeah, we did see the power of that Annie in the first game. It was actually very, very good here into the Orianna. They're going to do that matchup again. Annie is probably one of the simplest mid laners in the game to learn, and she has a little bit of everything. And oh, thank God, Unicorns did not forget what Thresh did to them in that previous game. Maybe they did because they're hovering the Vladimir ban instead.
They're still respecting KC Cool's Vladimir. I don't think we're going to get to see that this series, because when it does come out, it does so much damage, as now we're starting to see some Hook champions banned away here.
Yeah, the Nautilus is going to drop down. Interesting that the Tigers decide to ban it because they do have the Kai'Sa here. There are options that work better than the Nautilus with the Sivir here. It is going to be the Thresh ban. I'm wondering what they want to go for the support role. Though this hasn't been seen in a few years, Annie was one of the most dominant supports in the game at one point in time. And Unicorns definitely have the uniqueness to play something like that if they so chose.
But
it is going to be
today.
a Sivir Braum. That is going to be a very defensive bot lane that is going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, that's a nice and safe bot lane there for the Unicorns, knowing that Kai'Sa is going to be coming in. So the Braum shield is really nice for the Cathian Rain as well too, just to block up all that damage coming in. So hopefully timing that right, having that up and ready to go when that Kai'Sa starts firing off the damage. But let's see these final two picks from the Tigers here. Top and I believe support are still on the docket for them. So let's see what they got for us.
Yeah, I do expect maybe the Gnar to come out here for the Tigers. Gnar very, very strong. Oh, it is
my
the Kai'Sa
God.
Bell.
Oh
Boy.
goodness me, that is probably one of the most strong duos I would think at this point in terms of what both of those champions bring to the table. I mean, it's a ton of damage from Kai'Sa. She's able to really fly around and be a bit of a slippery champion to get a hold of. But with a Rel, every time I talk to somebody about Rel, it is the same story. She has everything you could possibly want in a champion to get. She's got a shield break on her Q. She's got 2 forms of CC on her W, plus a shield, and basically an Aurelia stun on her E. What more do I have to say? Speaking of Aurelia, why not put 2 of those stuns in this game? As that's going to be locked in here for KC Cools. I believe he has brought out the Aurelia before. I'm going to have to go back and do some note looking to see when that last time we got to see his Aurelia.
Yeah, and this is actually going to lock out the Gnar pick if the Unicorns were thinking about it. I did expect it from the Tigers, but picking Aurelia here means that the Unicorns have to be a little bit more adaptive here on what they want to do. They can't. The Gnar is in a very bad matchup against the Aurelia, so don't think they go for it this time around. They have to go for something else, and there are a few champions that are up that are very strong into Aurelia. As the time is ticking, we are way past the time limit here.
This is a little funky business going on here by Unicorns. They are way over. So I think that's going to be a flag on the play. A little bit of a flag on the play on that one, so I think that'll be a warning. Handed out to Unicorns, as it will be the Ornn lock-in for the top lane. Oh, a little bit of... Okay, it's a little bit of lag. You know what? All good, baby. All good. I'll hit him with the ready, though, as we are going to start locking in these champions into the client here, but... Looking at what the Unicorns have drafted this game, it's a lot safer. This is just a very safe comp. However, Tigers don't care about your safety. They don't care about what safe holds you have in place. They have a very, very strong team that is able to get into your face, that's able to kind of get through your back line there, especially with that Hecarim, but so much CC and so much damage that the Tigers are going to be able to output this game. It's a little scary here for the Unicorns, I think.
Yeah, the Tigers may end up regretting this Kai'Sa pick here because the front line from Unicorns is probably one of the beefiest front lines that you could imagine.
Yes.
The Ornn, the Volibear, they hate each other, but they're working together this time around. And the Braum, sitting in front of this Sivir and Annie is going to be very, very difficult for the Tigers to actually break through. Obviously, the Aurelia and the Hecarim can get to the backline very, very easily, but the Ornn, he's not going to care all too much about that Aurelia. It's an Ornn. His job is to build items in lane and to tank. That's about it. And build items for the rest of his team. Volibear is going to have very easy access to the backline as well with the ultimate. The Annie with Tibbers can really melt this the very limited front line that the Tigers have put together here. And Sivir is considered the fourth of the hyperscaling late game carries and combine that with the Ornn, does have the potential to be the strongest champion in this game.
I still, though, knowing how the Tigers play and knowing what we just saw last game, I don't think they let the Unicorns get to that stage of the game where you have that that mega tanky Ornn and everybody on the team with those upgraded items. I think, looking at what the Tigers have going right now, they are going to be so heavy hitting in the mid game that they could look to just possibly take a Baron and take a bunch of turrets off of that as well too, because they are strong as 5. And I mean, yes, the Ornn ult is going to be disruptive for those team fights, but you send a Hecarim back to him and fear him during the middle of the Call of the Forge God, that's going to prevent him from activating that to the rest of his team. And he talked about that front line too of the Volley, Ornn, and Braum. Well, for Kai'Sa, as long as she's able to get that Void Seeker onto someone in the back line, she doesn't care about the front line. She's going right to the back. So if that front line does end up engaging with someone that isn't Kai'Sa and does end up using their utility on, well, like I said, not Caramel, I mean, this does kind of expose that back line to a Hecarim and Kai'Sa just flying to the back of it, while Aurelia pops out her Vanguard's edge, CCs everybody, and doesn't allow them to go back and help. So I think there are some good answers that Tigers have to this massive tanky wall that Unicorns are trying to put up here.
No, I definitely agree with you there. The Tigers have put together a composition that is going to be very difficult to deal with. It's just this composition is on a timer, very much so on a timer there. Yes, even in these late stages of the game, the side of the Tigers will still have an advantage because of the amount of damage they have. Kai'Sa and Orianna are two very strong late game champions. Aurelia is still going to be strong in the later stages of the game, unless it goes super late where she's not as relevant anymore. The Hecarim is always going to be relevant because he has the fear, and the Magnet Storm is so powerful for those fights. But they just have to be very, very careful because on the other side, the late game heavily favors the other side as well. The Annie is very, very strong in the mid to late stages of the game, especially because level 16 Annie, the Tibbers cooldown is on like 25 seconds.
It's actually ridiculous. Usually by the time that Tibbers goes down, it's like, oh, Tibbers is ready to come back again. Cool.
Yeah, and Sivir, as I said, is a late game hyper carry. Combine that with the Ornn, she just is even stronger than before. It's very worrying if this game goes past like the 35-40 minute mark, especially when those death timers are so long. I don't think it goes that far. I think this game is going to come to a very abrupt end right around the 25 to 30 minute mark, with either side winning, whoever gets that lead in the early game. If it is the side of the Tigers, if they get that snowball lead, this game could end around that 25-30 minute mark. But if the scaling team gets the edge in the early game, it could extend this game longer than what the side of Tigers want to stay in.
I mean, not even getting the edge too, just going even into that late game is all the Unicorns really need to do here, because if they can hang on to that point, they know that's where their power specs are going to be coming through. They know that's where the majority of their damage is coming, so that is kind of their bigger win condition, is to get to the late game with all the upgrades on their items, but it's not going to be an easy road to get there. They have a lot to deal with in these team fights. Another ball delivery system has been set up for the side of the Tigers as well too, so they're looking to go in and have themselves an extremely strong form of CC, really on both sides of the map here with that Aurelia and the Rel. It's a lot to deal with. It is a lot to deal with. Yes, that is a very safe lane, and I do got to give props to Unicorns for that, because knowing what the Tigers are coming out with tonight, yeah, I'd be a little worried too, but that Braum Sivir is basically there to say, we do not want to give you a lead in this early game. We do not want to allow you to snowball. We are here to play safe, farm up, and get to that late game. Yeah,
this is it's going to be very difficult for both these teams to accomplish what they want to do, because the snowballing capabilities of the side of Tigers is very good, but they are up against a team composition that is quite hard to kill. in the early stages of the game. Annie is very safe. The Ornn is Ornn. He's not going to be hard. He's going to be quite hard to kill unless there is help from the jungler there. Hecarim versus Volibear. Volibear is very, very hard to kill, and Hecarim's very, very fast. Kai'Sa is going to have an advantage over Sivir Braum, but once again, the Sivir Braum is going to be difficult to kill as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they manage to get that snowball if they do.
It's going to be very interesting to see, but this game is starting up soon, so we are going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll be on the riff for game number 3. Guys, make sure to keep getting those predictions in, but we will see you back here in a few short moments for a third game of the night. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Game 3 of the LRS Draft quarterfinals. Got another side swap coming through as Tigers have the selection this game. Tigers on the blue side, Unicorns on the red, and we got a couple of very strong drafts, I think, again, tonight. That has been a strong point for both teams, is showing up and getting these drafts done, but this is okay, a little bit of a little back and forth there. Again, in the jungle, a little bit of a dance party is.
We got a interesting summoner spell that we need to go over here.
Oh, do we?
A Taxon has gone exhaust.
Wait a minute. No, wait. Yes. Wait a minute. That is safe beyond safe, but without a heal. It is a little risky when it comes down to that, especially with the Kai'Sa being able to pop off that burst. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with it, but it is very safe. It is very safe, and if that's what the Unicorns are going for this game, so be it.
This is actually going to be... I was talking about it before, but how hard it is to actually going to be able to kill a Taxon, that exhaust is going to make it even harder. But the without a heal there, it could be punished quite easily. We see Ornn and Volibear working together probably for the first time in a few thousand years. Going to kill that Bramble back there. And standard so far, everybody is just farming it up. Annie is being the cheap champion that she is, and going to get a very easy cheap proc here.
Oh my goodness, Caramel dumping out so much damage onto a Taxon. Thankfully, Little Zero is there to step up and force him off, but Caramel has been playing crazy tonight, especially in that last game, but G Dysek looking to go in again. More poke coming out from that bot side of the Tigers, and they are gas tonight. After that first game, they are bringing the pedal to the metal. Do not want to let up one single bit, and doing a pretty damn good job of it so far. However, Volley is on the side of the map at his blue, so they have to be a little careful with how hard they push up.
Yeah, so is the Hecarim. He is at his red buff here. We may get a bit of a meetup here in that river as we see the Volley Bear is heading down here. We might have a fight.
Oh yeah, and Cheese is going to be here much before the Hecarim, but in comes this TP. It's actually going to get canceled up in the top lane as this fight will continue. Dicek is going to have to flash out. TP's coming through from this Annie, but it's not even needed as first blood going back over to attacks. And I think it's been a bunch of first bloods from ADC tonight. No? Has it been three first bloods? ADC?
No. Gnar got first blood in the top lane in game 1.
Yes, he did. Well, the past 2 games have been both ADCs. Last time was Caramel. This time is attacks. Oh, goodness me. KC Cool is taking some damage up there. That will be the stun coming through. The Conquer stacks are going to proc. So Stone Kit Kat does have to take a step back in those situations. However, some curious pathing going on in this mid lane. Both Ronan and Darwin are going to get spotted out on that ward as Annie kind of roaming up towards the top lane, but I think the Tigers might have smelled something a little fishy.
I think that Annie was going to roam up there, maybe because she saw both the Orianna and the Hecarim walking up there, was trying to get up there just in case they tried to force a dive, so she could be up there for the assist. Doesn't have TP, obviously, and with her laner gone and the wave shoving into her, she did have that, or wave shoving away at that time, she did have the luxury, but is now back at her turret. Orianna gets the reset off. Doesn't need to burn the teleport either, so we'll still have that. KC Cools actually is struggling just a little bit in this lane. The Bramble Vest actually finished for Stone Kit Kat here. Yep. Is going to feel very, very good about that. Especially because the Aurelia likes to build the Blade of the Ruin King as the first item. That lifesteal not going to be as effective.
Nice stun though from KC Cools there is Stone Kit Kat throwing his Q back as well. See if he can keep him off, which he does. But yeah, like you're saying, usually when we see those AD versus Ornn, it's immediate brambles into Bammies. You see he's already got the Ruby Crystal there, so setting up for that that Bammies next just gives you so much early game tankiness. It's ridiculous.
I also found out something about Ornn. I'm probably going to get flamed in the chat because I didn't know this, but you can actually just click on the shop and buy things from it when you're out of lane. It doesn't have to be from that little tab that it shows above the passive. You can actually just buy the stuff straight from the shop. I thought that it had to be from the tab, so I'm a little dumb. It's fine.
This is a you learn as a caster. You learn a few things as you cast all these games. But first dragon of game number 3 is going to get picked up here by the Unicorns. And okay, direct to Cam. Thank you very much for taking us back to the top lane. What the hell, Stone Kit Kat? He's able to find a solo there against Aurelia. It's quite insane. Quite insane. These top lanes tonight.
That is going to be another for the side of Unicorns. Unicorns are going to feel pretty good about that, and we might have a little bit of a thing here in the mid lane. No, Darwin's a little bit too fast for that. With the Cloud and Ocean, nope, this is wrong actually. I have seen this repeatedly become a Mountain Soul, so I don't think it's going to be an Infernal. I think it's going to be a Mountain, but if it is Infernal, I'm going to be very, very angry.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see, because 50% of the time tonight we have been correct. And even though they've been the 2 same dragons lined up back to back, sometimes you're never 100% certain. You can be close to certain, but not 100% with this game. However, I think this is the most downtime that we've had this series so far. Everybody's just farming up. Everybody's taking it easy, especially the members of the Unicorns. They know late game is where they will be their strongest, and they just need to get there. So play it safe throughout this early and mid, and I think they'll be good to go.
Yeah, and I did talk a little bit about what happens if the scaling team has the stronger game, as Casey Cools is a very fast Aurelia, and Stone Kit Kat doesn't really get to do much of anything to fight against that, but he also doesn't take much of anything either. Has the bombies, has the bramble, is probably going to go for those plated steel caps as his third item.
Uh-oh, Ronin has shown up, but that stun not landing means they're not going to be able to go on to him. However, numbers coming up from jungle for these unicorns, and Casey Cool's taking a lot more damage than one would expect from an Ornn, but again, he is that tank assassin, bruiser, mage, double assassin. I don't know what you want to. He's everything. He's got it all.
Yeah.
The flash in from G-Disic looking to go in. The killer instinct to follow up. Ataxin is low. One more auto will do it to finish him off. Oh, I lied. Maybe two more as G-Disic sacrifices the body. He gets the execute, but he tanks up that tower so Caramel can get the kill. What a support. What a support this is, Mr. Disic. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Sivir not able to survive there. The Braum gone just a little bit too long. And it is going to cost his AD carry a death here, as Casey Cools has a pretty big wave approaching him, but it is an Aurelia. So Aurelia is going to be perfectly fine with that kind of...
Q, right? Am I right? Yeah.
Stone Kit Kat is very, very strong right now. It's actually going to be quite hard for Casey Cools to actually do much of anything in this lane.
Oh, looking to go in again. That Conqueror is going to get stacked up, but Stone Kit Kat, it's just so damn tanky. Like I said, there we see the Bammies has come in as well too. The Brambles is built, and he's going to go ahead and build something in the middle of the lane, because that's just how Ornn do. A little bit of magic resist for himself.
He's actually going to go for the... He's going to finish either the Sunfire Aegis or the Frostfire Cape.
Yep.
Or Frostforge.
Frostfire. Wait a minute. Call the Forge God coming out. Vanguard's that's going to be used as well too, but Stone Kit Kat, the flash forward. You can't get away from that last auto, as we have another fight breaking out around this Dragon Pit too. Little Azure getting low. Annie with the stun. Those Braum stacks coming through. One more will do it. The Hecarim is locked down. That's going to be on the hunt. Proc, but the Shockwave on that Rel, taking out attacks, and Tibbers is going to be held up, but Jesus is taken down over on the side by Caramel as Boomerang Blade.
Oh.
Whoa, my, you're standing in the bush, you're standing on some vision attacks, and just gets him with the edge of that blade. A 1-for-1 down in that exchange in the bot side, but unfortunately, Casey Cools does drop again to that Ornn, who is now 2-0. It's looking really good so far for the Unicorns.
Yeah, and I do believe that does end up being a 2-for-1, I want to say. Because across the map, because the Aurelia and the Kaisa go down for Jesus on that volley bear there. So gonna feel really, really good about that. Both these AD carries are actually, for the first time in this series, even in power at this time. Usually around now, we usually have one of the AD carries that is just a lot stronger than the other.
Someone's 8-1 at 15 minutes, and then they just become unstoppable. And that was kind of the case for these past two games for Attacks in game 1 and Caramel in game 2. But yeah, you're right. This is a lot more of an even game before these ADCs. But as a Sivir, being even at this point in the game is so ideal for me, because we're chilling, we're farming up. And it's really up to the Tigers here to put a stop to that and try to get that Sivir a little bit behind, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and this is going to be a Mountain Soul, so it looks like Cloud and Ocean will make Mountain. For the most part, that has been very, very consistent from what I've seen.
Jesus in the mid lane, though, coming through. Darwin Theory is going to zoom on out. Ronin on the other side of this going on in. He's going to get stunned up by the Annie. The Stormbringer coming through, but the double shockwave here. And it's going to be a close one. Ronin and Jesus both looking a little rough after that, as more shades going on in the top lane. But again, in the favor of Stone Kit Kat, as Casey Cool is going to be dropped down there to half health in the bot lane. we are still chilling. So a little bit of action across the map there. No kills exchanged, but right now it's Tigers in that gold lead, just barely by about 500 gold. However, the Dragons are in favor of the Unicorns, looking for that Mountain Soul this game.
And this is how the game 1 started. Honestly, we did have the gold lead in the hands of the Tigers, but it was everything else going in favor of the side of the Unicorns. And it looks like it's no different this time around. 2 dragons to none, 4 kills to 2 here.
Oh boy,
Oh.
That's a lot of damage getting blocked up by the Braum Shield, that of Cathian Rain. But still, Little Azure looking slightly beaten after that exchange. However, they're still standing.
And you can see the cuts and bruises all over his body. His unbreakable shield has a little bit of a crack in it after all of that Acathian Rain.
Yeah, he's holding on there. He's doing a nice job blocking that damage up for the Sivir, so she doesn't have to spell shield. However, that is going to be Shelly popped up in the mid lane. Going to be some nice plates going on over to the side of the Tigers as 1 plate is remaining. However, Jesus has shown up, and Shelly will be exterminated. And again, a little bit of a quiet time here, as this is what we kind of expected here from Unicorns. They are playing it safe. They're not overstepping. With the exception of this top lane, I think Stone KitKat just is able to throw his weight around as he has completed his mythic now.
Yeah, that is the Sunfire Aegis now completed. And that is the reason he did not go for the plated steel caps, is because he had the
he's got the full mythic ready to go. Yeah.
And look at these trades. Casey Cools is not having fun in this lane at all.
No.
Every time. Oh no.
Okay.
Darwin Theory might be in trouble, but the flash is used. He is going to get out of that. Casey Cools is very, very ballsy after losing those first 2 fights.
Oh my goodness, Stormbringer actually having to be used to get on out of that. I don't know if that was necessary, but it was enough for that Hecarim to just back on off. So, you know what? If it works, it works, but that will not be available for the next, I want to say, yeah, it's a little over 2 minutes on the cooldown of that.
Yeah, so it will not be up for the next dragon, unfortunately here. But if this Ornn decides to deign his presence down on the bot side of the map, it should still be a free dragon, because this Ornn is already level 11 at the 15-minute mark. Very, very strong. Highest level in the game, actually, besides Darwin Theory, who is matching him. And the turret is going to go down. Blue turret.
Oh my goodness, that is actually going to be Lil Azure getting caught out along with JKP, but JKP doing so much damage. That's a massive shockwave for them, as Ronan still going on. Ataxin gonna pop on the hunt to try and get away. He's gonna get stunned up a little bit, but that is gonna be the killer instinct going in from Caramel. Trades of the ADCs. Casey Cools is here as well too. Vanguard's edge to come out. You got nowhere to go, as Casey Cools will pick up the kill onto Ataxin. Tigers coming out on top of that fight. 3-4-1.
Yeah, Tigers actually turning it around there. It was actually really nice to watch. The Kaisa, I actually, going in with the Void Rush, I want to say, is that what it's called? No, Killer Instinct.
Killer Instinct, yes.
Void Rush is a different champion. The Killer Instinct, but immediately getting exhausted. I thought Metaxen was going to get away there, but unfortunately the Spell Shield blocks the damage from Vanguard's Edge. It does not block Vanguard's Edge from activating. So, is still going to get caught out there. It looks like we may still have a fight. Ornn is walking down, but I don't think he's going to get in there in time.
I don't know. This dragon's getting quite low, and they're keeping GKP over on the side. Stone KitKat is going to use Call of Forge God. Only going to land onto Ronan there, as this fight is going to be going through, but the shockwave is back up again. Stone KitKat trying to get back to his team, but Caramel is just gonna take him out. Stone KitKat super low there, as Loser caught out by 4 members here. He's got nowhere to go, but that's gonna be a beautiful Glacial Fissure. I don't think it's quite enough to get him out here, and that is why the Rel is so strong, because you can make long-range team coordinated Aurelia stuns with each other. They are able to find out that Braum, and I don't think they're gonna be able to push in on this tier 2 mid turret. No wave is available to them right now, but Tigers are looking very strong right now, up about 4k gold, and are starting to get some dragons for themselves.
Yeah, and I do believe this is the first game that we've seen that the Dragons didn't just go one-sidedly to one team.
Yeah.
It is going to stop the Dragon stacking for at least another 10 minutes here. Nobody is going to have a soul. Unicorns are going to have to wait at least until the 30 or the 27-minute mark, 28-minute mark before they can get the next soul here. So, really good job from the side of Tigers, actually able to take that fight. And yes, Isaac was an absolute monster in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
He definitely carried that fight because the Annie was managed to get onto Darwin Theory. Darwin Theory was one Q away from death, and Isaac was just like, "Oh, you're on my mid laner. It would be a shame if I Magnet Storm."
Would be a shame. Would be an absolute shame. But I mean, that's kind of one of the caveats here of a very strong and consistent support player, is that they're going to be able to pull this stuff off for you, give you the CC you need, keep you alive when you need, and sacrifice the body for the team. So G Dysek has done all of that and more in this series so far, and definitely got to commend him on that. But now we're at that 19-minute mark. Casey Cool's still looking to trade in with Stone Kit Kat, but I think at this point that Ornn is way too tanky to deal with by yourself. She's just going to back off into the bush, but again, a little bit of a quiet period here, and Unicorns, knowing that they're down a little bit, kind of slow it down for themselves, farm up, get some gold under their belts. They shouldn't be looking for fights right now, but Casey Cools is, potentially.
Well, Casey Cools is always looking for a fight. We talked about that before the game. Any of these games even started here.
Yeah.
Casey Cools loves fighting, but that is a level 13 Ornn, and is looking to finish off the Thornmail here. Very curious to see. He is actually level 13. He's almost there. He's almost at that level 14 mark. 20 minutes in here. He's about...
It's about a quarter of the way, I would say.
Of the way? Yeah, about a quarter of the way there. So he is going to be very happy with that.
Oh, yes. I'm sure the rest of his team is too, with all the upgraded items about to come through in the next few levels. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a big step up here for the Unicorns in terms of what we've seen this game. The safe play style they have carried throughout the early and mid game that we're now in.
Yeah, I'm going to be very excited to read some of the names for these, because I love reading the names for the Ornn items. I actually don't remember what the Gale Force upgraded item is, and this is now Luden's Tempest. This is the old name for the upgraded Luden's item, so I wonder what it's called now.
Oh, let's see as Ronan's looking to go on in underneath that tower as Engage coming through. Big Annie ult. Oh no. Oh no. A little bit of Fat Fingers. The onslaught of shadows coming through in the back as well, as that shockwave will take out GKP. That is just so unfortunate to see in a crucial team fight around this top side of the map. That's Annie accidentally TPing in, and Attaxon is going to be going down next. Just a little bit of a falter there from the Unicorns as these two remaining members stuck underneath this tower. They've got nowhere to go. In goes Aurelia with the Vanguard's Edge. Shelly is going to be popped up as well too, but Tiger's looking to clean this one up. Casey Cools finds one, and Ronan trying to finish off the last one. He will be able to finish Azura as they find themselves 4-0. Plus the fact that this Herald is now pushing in the tier 2 top tower. This is just Tigers all the way in this game as they extend their 6k gold lead to almost 7.5.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a and it's going to actually hit. It will hit the it will hit the inhibitor turret there. So that inhibitor turret is not going to be very happy, missing a lot of its a lot of that hard built stone that these minions so carefully work on in between games. Only immediately destroyed.
We put that together. We just put that back together.
Sometimes I like to think about what these minions are thinking when these champions are running at them, because I don't know, seeing a giant or when some of these characters are just literal gods, and you're just somebody that's kind of there to exist. How do you feel about it?
Spain without the S, as our friend Mako would say. But in goes another fight. Massive Shockwave is going to be used. The onslaught of shadows going all the way back to attacks him, but are they able to quite find him? Tiger still on the press here as Ronin leading this charge for his team. Lilazur is getting low. They're going to have to back off. That anti-stun is going to be available, and that's a little scary underneath the tower. But no ultis available for the side of the Unicorns right now, so they are going to have to back off. Cut their losses as Ornn and Volley were taken out during that fight. No members of Tigers are lost. And there is a nice, fat, juicy purple worm sitting up in this top side of the map, but I don't think they're going to go for it quite yet.
And this is definitely the biggest gold lead we've seen before the purple worm has been taken. About a 8,000 gold lead for the side of Tigers here. They are starting to roll over this game. Their composition is very, very strong.
Just doing a little fun stuff with the 3D camera there. It's, watching Caramel, who has been playing out of his mind tonight. I mean, everyone's really playing well. There's been a couple of falters here and there in terms of I mean, a couple summoner spells I would hit the question mark on, but it's happened from both sides. So you know, we aren't LCS guys, but you know, you gotta expect there will be a couple mistakes here and there. But for the most part, everybody has been playing great. These teams have been working very well together. But right now, Tigers have themselves a massive lead, 8k gold up. They have 4 towers to O. The Dragons are tied 2-2, but when you have an Aurelia finding out your Sivir, she's going to pop on the hunt. She's going to try and Gale Force away, but I don't think she's got anywhere to go, as actually Little Azure getting caught in the jungle as well too. That's going to be the Glacial Fissure, but Onslaught of Shadows and Shockwave is there to clean him up. KC Cool's now able to take out Sivir. He's going to get shut down by the Stormbringer coming in from Cheeses. Horn is ripping through this fight as well too, but GKP is going to get dropped. Ronin going godlike as Cheeses now. He might be a big bear, but not big enough to deal with 4 Tigers tearing him apart as they find another team fight win. 4-for-1 this time as Casey Cools was dropped, but this is going to spell this Baron here and potentially a ending push here as these fights just keep going Tigers.
Yeah, and the Ornn items are starting to come in here, but I think it might be too little too late. The snowball is in full effect. It's going to be a 10,000 gold lead after this Baron is taken here. The Orianna might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Rutro is what we would say, but he's going to walk on back, or he should stay safe for now, as that Braum ulti was just used not too long ago, so doesn't have to worry about something too big happening here, but Baron is going to get picked up here for the Tigers. So they got that purple buff for the next 3 minutes. Let's see what use they can make of it, because we talked about coming into this game. Unicorns definitely have the advantage going into that late game. We see the items getting upgraded here for the Sivir, for the Annie, but right now, this is exactly what the Tigers want. It's not quite yet at that super late game where these team fights end up being a coin toss. They have Baron, they have a massive lead, and they have the advantage in these fights. They should look to probably end with this Baron if they can.
Yeah, and we also have on the bright side, though, Ornn has now upgraded both the 80 carry and the mid laners items here, the Eye of Ludent and the Typhoon. They do have to go this purple wormed Tigers team. They have been constantly getting their butts handed to them in these team fights here. Ronin is very, very tanky here. Has the Divine Sunder, he has the Man's Plate, has Force of Nature, and there is not that much wave clear from the side of the Unicorns. Really, it's just the Sivir that they need to use.
Yeah,
but if
she
Sivir
can't step up.
Yeah,
exactly. If you can't step up, and look there, we almost saw the double Aurelia stun coming out as Dicek is paired up with KC Coolsaver. They were trying to double up on that CC, which would have been really nice if they were able to land it, but the siege onto the base of the Unicorns will continue. Or not, as they back off. I swear, I cast a curse everything I say.
they're going to pick up the 3rd Mountain Dragon. That's going to be sole point for them. And we know just how strong these things are. They're about to have 12% bonus armor and magic resist from those dragons here. And the Hackerum, he is really loving it. Has he's probably very happy with the amount of armor and magic resist he has currently right now. You usually don't see Hackerum with 160 armor and magic resist at any point in time. He's more of a bruiser, but very, very hard to deal with in these late stages of the game.
Oh, no, attacks and getting jumped on once again. Now on the hunt is going to be used the flash as well too. They will actually be able to take down KC Cools for that, but Ronin going in as well too. The killer instinct to follow up from Caramel, and the giant magnetic storm. Oh my god, G Dysik is turning these fights on the unicorns' heads. He has been such an integral part of all these fights, and now with that team fight win, it's a 2-for-1 over to the side of the Tigers. They are going to go ahead and get triple inhibitors, which means it's only a matter of time right now. The double shockwave actually going on over here underneath these Nexus turrets, but Tiger's going to march on these minions. No Baron buff is left, but all they need to do is finish off this Nexus turret, and the last Nexus is exposed at this point. That's going to be Ronin looking for that backline. Stone Kit Cat and Cheese is tanking up so much, but it's not going to be enough as that volley will drop. Stone Kit Cat looking quite low too, but in comes the TP from this Aurelia. KC Cool is looking for the double stun. The Q. He's doing so much damage, but at this point, Tigers have forced the Unicorns into their base. They take the Nexus, and they take game 2, putting us to match point.
Wow. Yeah, they definitely deserved that one, because for a little bit there, it looked like there was a there was a window for the side of Unicorns, but they managed to keep it well within range. And Ronin was absolutely everywhere. 809 on that scoreline for him there. Played like a monster, but really that was G Dysik just absolutely smurfing with the Rel engages.
Oh my
that
God.
was beautiful.
Dysik was absolutely monstrous on this Rel this game, and I'm gonna go look at the KD in a sec. I'm just opening up the player of the game poll, which I think I know where my vote is going this game. Not there's any bias, but that Rel was massive, absolutely massive, and I have to give huge props to G Dysik that game for playing such an important role this game. And yeah, 2-2 and 13 on that Rel. That's insane. That is extremely good for his team. 21. Well, that's 15 out of 21 KP. Not half bad. But the kills he was involved with though were team fight turning, and a lot of them went around these massive objectives. We saw there in that last fight, the magnetic storm. I thought I was a little worried for the Tigers there in that fight. I'm like, they are diving under turret, and there's still like 3 members of Unicorns here. But in comes Dysik. He just sucks them all in with the magnetic storm. He's like, Kate, go ahead, team. You want some kills? I got some kills for you right here. Served them up on a silver platter, and Tigers find themselves another win.
Yeah, and I don't think we could probably close this now with the poll for the player of the game. I'm pretty sure it's very
that was fast. That was very fast that we got those votes coming in. But guys, we will be back in a few short moments. If you got some more votes, bring them on in. But we will be back in 5 minutes after the break. Tigers now 2-1, sitting at match point. Let's see if they can take it home, or if Unicorns are going to take us to that game 5 and let me play Silver Scrapes on stream. All right, guys, we'll see you in a few. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to me trying to fight with you two, but more importantly, our third player of the game tonight, G. Dysik on this Rel, going 2-2 and 13, played out of his mind, and just made such a difference in these team fights. So just huge props to that Rel play. I don't know if we see it again, because it was looking really good last game, and yeah, it's just such a strong pick right now in the current meta. Which I think I have Dream here at some point. He'll be joining me. Okay,
Yep,
okay, we do. Okay.
I forgot that I had muted myself. I was going to say that, we see that, especially in the higher elos, like and in pro play, that Rel is a pick or ban for a reason. That is that reason. I have actually been trying to pick up this champion, and I've actually had quite good success on it so far. Very, very fun champion, and has such an easy time making some very nutty plays, as we saw there repeatedly from the side of Tigers. This is one of those champions that is up there, especially in LPL and LCK, that is picker band up there with Seraphine. So
yeah, absolutely. It's a crazy strong pick, and I do have some updates. Last I heard from the Spartans is that they are currently up 2-0 over the Vipers, which means if they're able to find that third game, it will be whoever wins this series versus Vipers next week. So looking forward to seeing how that goes, but right now Spartans are up 2-0 last we heard. We might get an update recently, because that was 1 hour ago. So this series might be done. It might still be going at this point. Vipers might have found one back, but
I see some GGs coming out in general chat from the Spartans.
Then it might have been the 3-0. Yep, Pratoga there has just confirmed with us that Spartans have won 3-0 tonight, which means whoever wins this series here tonight is going to be facing off against the Viper squad next week. So exciting to see how this is going to turn out, because I've said it so many times, I love playoffs. You get the spiciest team comps, you get the spiciest action, and you get the spiciest casters looking hella fine on cast. But what can I say? Anyways, we got game number.
Let me show my pretty face.
Just you wait until finals. We'll get all the analysts on here. We'll be suited up, and I'll actually have my stream labs prepared for it as well too. But don't you worry, we'll get there. Production will eventually reach God status there, or at least try to be like the LEC as much as we possibly can. Anyways, game number 4 on the way right now. Tigers are up 2-1. So let's go ahead and take a peek at these lineups, because game number 4 is Unicorn side selection. So they are gonna, it's just I think a popularity for blue side, with the exception of that first game of the night where Tigers opted for red. Or switch that back. It's been flip-flop. No, it was Tigers red game 1 as well too. But we're gonna go ahead.
Tigers were blue side game 1.
Switch it around.
According to the PentaQ that I
you're correct. You're correct. It's been a lot of games. We are on
Tigers
game number 4 today.
The Tigers were red game 2.
Yeah. Okay, you're correct.
Actually, it's been a blue side diff. Tigers won, or no, it was the Unicorns that won game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
never mind. It hasn't been a blue side diff. It's been a blue side diff since game 1, though.
Yeah, it's been
a red side diff actually.
Yeah, it's I don't know, but based on what I've seen, red side has just been extremely strong. Blue side has been extremely strong based on how the draft goes. There's a lot of strong picks that you can pick up there for B1. But we are ready for draft, so we're going to go ahead and give these players the ready check as we hop into our 4th game of the night. But let's see what these guys have to offer here for this match up here. As Unicorns on the blue side this time.
Yeah, and this could be the last game of the night. Unicorns, they have to... Unicorns, this is do or die for them. This is where they pull out those unique picks. This is where they come in and upset the Tigers, taking us to silver scrapes here.
Yeah, same,
and
same sort of bands as we've seen. The same.
Yeah. Galio going to be banned away here. I expect it may be a Twisted Fate ban as well, and I do think it may be a Rel or ban as the third one. They would be giving up the... There are a few things they could be giving up here. It's actually going to be the Hecarim.
Yeah.
Does Cheeses play Hecarim? They have first pick. They could.
Well, Ronan's. Well, that's true too. I haven't seen Cheeses so much on the Hecarim, but I think it's more of just they don't want to see it in Ronan's hands, and I don't know if they plan on playing it tonight, so they're just gonna get rid of it instead. But like you said, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that needs to go, especially the fact that Seraphine could potentially come through as well too. Tigers might need to use their last ban in order to do that, which is kind of what is the deal with Red Side during this current meta. But Vayne is the last ban out there from the Unicorns. Let's see if they are going to get rid of the Seraphine. I mean, early on in the split, we saw attacks in Seraphine while he was mid. I still think that could be something GKP could potentially run here, or even a little Zura as support. But either way, it's just such a strong champion. It's such a ridiculous champion that wherever you put it, it's going to be good. It's going to be good in some sort of form towards the team. So let's see if the Tigers are going to end up expending a ban on that. And yeah,
it is going to be the Seraphine.
That's a respect. That's a respect being shown to that champion. So you know what? That's good on them. That even though it is not maybe what they would have banned with that rel still being up, you just got to get rid of it. It's so ridiculous.
Champion. I think we beat that but just a few too many times this time around. I don't think we need to talk about that much.
No.
But Ataxin going to be piloting that Kaisa yet again. We saw what happens when this Kaisa gets ahead. We also saw what happens when this Kaisa gets behind. But they did ban the Vayne, which is what the Kaisa lost last time.
Mm-hmm.
So Caramel going to have to... it was the Sivir that was played against the Kaisa the first time, and did not have the greatest of games. It was a first pick blind Sivir, and was picked into a Kaisa Braum as the counter pick for it. So we do see the first pick Kaisa. I'm wondering, this champion has been first picked by Red Side every single game. I want to say, except for game 1 where it was third picked by the Tigers on blue side. So this champion, Volibear, has resurged back into the meta since those buffs that he recently received just a few weeks ago, and I'm wondering what they're going to pair up with it this time around.
Orianna coming out as well too. Another strong pick that we've seen here tonight. I mean, ball delivery has kind of been the name of some of these games, and the teams that have the Orianna, as we saw last game, that's Darwin, has been piloting this Orianna most of the night. He has been on point with the shockwaves, absolutely on point with finding multiple members grouped and executing extremely well with that ball delivery service. So I think that's another really strong pickup here for the Tigers. Just seeing how Darwin has been playing tonight, it's going to be a fantastic grab for them.
Yeah, this Darwin Theory has gotten multiple man ultimates repeatedly, sometimes not even needing the ball delivery system.
Ooh.
Just throwing it out there and people forgetting that it's there. As we do see a brand come in for the Unicorns. We talked about unique picks, and this is it. I'm pretty sure the Panthers loved playing this champion. I believe it was Foe, playing that champion in mid lane, and they're going to pair it up with the Frozen, the Frozen Yeti.
Yep, Nunu coming back through once more again. I believe Jesus was the one who played that earlier tonight as well too.
Yep,
he was making some pretty good roams, but it was it's just kind of tough to deal with all the damage Tigers were pumping out earlier in the game. But I mean, you see the Kaisa, you see the brand, that is damage. You want damage? There you go, buddy. You got tons of it right there in that form. Not sure whether or not that brand is going supporter mid, like you were mentioning there. The Panthers mid laner Defoe tend to run that one in the mid lane and did very well with it. GKP is pretty good with those mages, so we'll see if it does end up there, but could also be going down to Little Azure as well too. Not 100% certain as of yet, but Misfortune, that's third lock in for the Tigers as we head into our second round of bans.
Yeah, wondering what they're going to go and ban here. We usually see Misfortune paired up with the Seraphine, but there's still a lot of great picks to be picked with the Misfortune. There's the Leona. The Rel is obviously still available.
Alistar you could run as well too. I mean, a roaming Alistar, I got outclassed by one last week. So if they're able to get an Alistar that can be roaming as well too, it can be kind of nasty. It really depends on how the alley is built. I mean, sometimes if you just want to go for the pure tank, we see the Aftershock taken on him. But sometimes you do see a few Alistars roaming around with Phase Rush on them just to get that extra move speed, especially when you're in those team fights. You can just kind of run around and do whatever you want. But the Thresh ban against G Dicek, definitely a fair one, as he's been playing pretty good this night.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be Pantheon ban. I believe we saw it last game, but I'm actually not too sure what the purpose of it. It hasn't really been seen in competitive, and after it got gutted about 3 or 4 patches ago, it's significantly weak in multiple lanes now. So I'm actually wondering where the Pantheon ban is coming from here. It is going to be the Braum ban, so they do think that this is a Brand mid lane. I do as well. Brand and Kai'Sa can be a good lane, but I don't think they want Brand taking all the kills from the Kai'Sa, so definitely want that going into the mid lane against Orianna. Orianna will have a much harder time against the Fire Fanatic.
And I mean, like you said, Leona is still up and available as well too. The Rel, surprisingly, still up for G Dicek. So I don't know why that one wasn't banned away. They are more prioritizing KC Cool's Vladimir over that. But you saw how he played last game. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go ahead and lock in that Rel right here and save that counter for KC Cools as the last pick here.
I'm sorry, but apparently another update from the Spartan versus Vipers game. Dallas, in all of his lovely glory, played Jungle Leona.
Oh my god.
One of the games.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he said it goes Burr, so if it goes Burr, it goes Burr, but Rakan is going to be locked in here for Dicek, which I'm excited to see Rakan. I haven't seen him a lot this split, but in fives, Rakan can have such a huge presence to these team fights, and based on how Dicek has been playing tonight, he has been the one to be doing that for his team. So the quickness is such a great way to really turn these fights on their head, which, again, go back to saying what we were saying all night. That's exactly what we saw him do last game. We saw him turn around these fights in favor for the Tigers, and looking to do it again with that Rakan. Big engage from him for sure. As, Stone Kit Kat going back for that Urgot once more.
Yeah, Urgot going to be locked in here. So we are going to see what is going to be paired with the Kai'Sa here. Nautilus is available, very, very good into the Rakan. Leona is available. Rel is available if the Unicorns want to play that. It is going to be the Leona picked in for the side of Unicorns. And I gotta say, this composition is very scary from the Unicorn.
If someone gets locked down and a Brand ult gets fired off into one of these team fights, death follows. That's it. Brand, I mean, the way Brand's passive works too, and you get those third stacks of a spell, in a clumped up team fight like that, especially around choke points, it can be so deadly. So they really need to be careful. Well, Tigers really need to be careful where they take these fights and watch out where that Brand ult is bouncing around to. But let's see what this last pickup is going to be here for the Tigers. As, oh my god, okay, it's a Nasus.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and wash my eyes out because I just want to double check to make sure they're working properly.
That is a Nasus locked in for KC Cools.
All right. If the Tigers coach is in the chat here, I want an explanation. Nasus has not been seen in competitive play in a long time. I do know you guys on Blue Milk. You guys played against it last week in your game 5 there.
We did.
I do remember that.
And our plan was, okay, we find a Nasus out, we put everything on him, and they disappear. Because come late game, when the Nasus is coming from the top side of the map with like 500-600 stacks, yeah, you are going to get bonked. You are going to get hella bonked on the noggin. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I was keeping track of it because I watched the tail end of that game. That Nasus, you wish he only had 500 stacks. He was sitting on 1,200.
Yeah, that's why he was so hard to kill. I mean, looking at KC Cools, there has been in the top side, it's been kind of back and forth for how the CS numbers are going. But as an Nasus, all you're thinking is stack, 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 stackity stack. I mean, that you are just looking to get huge.
The coach has responded to me and he said, "I heard they want to question me, and my response is my top lane has a gigantic ego."
that you know what? That math works out. That math works out. If you're gonna play a Susan, I mean, might as well just put the confidence in behind it, because I think Pratoga put that into good terms there in the chat as well too. Is that they're gonna have to send their biggest threats. The Unicorns are going to have to send up top to deal with that Susan and the potential split push that comes out here, because looking at these fights, yes, that Urgot might be able to answer him early on, but a lot of the Unicorn strength is going to come from these 5v5s, especially the way Stone KitKat plays his Urgot in those team fights when enemies start getting clumped up. We saw him in game number 1 shredding the members of Tigers apart, so I would expect the majority of the members of Unicorns to be there for a fight. And at that point, you know what? Okay, we give up a dragon, we give up a tower or whatever on the other side of the map. Susan is stacking, Susan is pushing. That's all they want to do this game. And I'm sure KC Cools is not afraid to step up and look for a trade every now and then once he has a few stacks ready to go.
Yeah, this Nasus, if he can even get a minor lead, so people that were here back in the day, when Nasus was a dominant champion in the current in the meta at the time, we've seen what happens when a fed Nasus starts walking at champions like this Brand, like this Kaisa. We have seen him absolutely obliterate champions just off of the map entirely, and he did get a buff quite a long time ago. I believe it was the beginning of season 10, that actually increased the amount of stacks that he got originally. But then they realized it was a bit too much, because they were giving him 6 stacks per small minion and 12 stacks per large minion, and then I think it was like 20 stacks for a champion kill.
Oh my god.
And he was getting ridiculously fed. They quickly fixed that and changed it back. They're like, we made a mistake here. But they did retain the buffs to his Wither and his E as well. So he is still a very, very strong champion that we just don't see anymore, because he's very easily kited, honestly. If he does not use his Wither on the Kaisa, Kaisa can very easily kite him out.
Potentially, we'll have to see how it unfolds. But right now, players are all locked into the client, which means predictions are going to be open. So those of you watching at home on Twitch can start to put down your tokens on who you think is going to win here in game number 4. We also have a token raffle going on, so I'll pop that up. Just use the command raffle to enter onto that. But I mean, in the end, it's going to be Dream who probably ends up winning the damn thing anyways. However, it's open.
None of you guys are allowed to enter. Only me. Only me.
All right. Well, we are counting down the seconds here until we get into game number 4. But this is match point for Tigers. They are looking to clutch it and take it to that next round of playoffs, where they'll be facing off against the Vipers. But this is do or die for Unicorns. This is potentially their last game here. They need to find a win and take it to game 5 if they want to keep their playoff dreams alive. But Tigers, the last couple games we've seen from them have been really good. I believe, it was Unicorns a win in game 1, and Tigers have gotten the past 2 games at this point. Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Unicorns game 1, Tigers game 2, game 3.
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
So Tigers, you know, after that game 1, they shook themselves off, they got refocused, and game 2 is, you know, after they've gotten rid of all those jitters and informed up their fingers, they're here to play, and they have been playing phenomenally this past couple of games. Unicorns have been putting up a really good fight as well too, but I don't know, that support Dysik down there has just been making such a massive impact on these fights. But I mean, everybody's just playing their roles so damn well, so it's hard to say where this one is going to go because both sides have been looking great tonight. But based on these teams that we have here, Dream, what are you thinking of the results of game number 4 here?
So I think what's going to happen is what has kind of happened in pretty much all of these games is Unicorns' early game is going to be stronger. We have seen constantly, pretty much in all 3 of the previous games, Unicorns, they do have a slight advantage. They do play the early game better, but the gold is never in their favor. They usually get the dragons. They have the kill advantage usually. I do believe game 2 what is the exception to that rule there. But I think that Unicorns are going to have the advantage in the early game, but the later this game goes, the harder and harder it's going to be for them to deal with the composition of Tigers. The Nasus is an infinitely scaling champion. The Volibear is going to be very difficult to deal with. The Orianna, Darwin Theory on this Orianna has played this champion, let's see, 1 game, 2 out of the 3 games, 3 out of the 4 games now so far, and has hit multiple man shockwaves every single game, at least 2 or 3 times. And you get a multiple man shockwave with the misfortune on the team, with the quickness running at you, it just spells instant death for the composition that the Unicorns have drafted. But there is a lot, and I mean a lot, of hard CC that the misfortune has to fight through to keep that ultimate going. The Nunu, the Urgot has the throw around, the Brand has a stun, the Leona has a stun, a snare, another stun,
it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with for sure, but we'll have to see how this one unfolds as Tigers looking to clutch this win in this game right here. But Unicorns gonna have to try to fight back to keep those playoff dreams alive. Guys, we'll see you back on the Rift in a few moments. Make sure to get those predictions in, and don't forget to enter our raffle that is on. We will announce our winner when we come back to the analyst desk next after this game. But we will see you very soon for game number 4. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 4 of the LRS Draft quarterfinals. We have got a scoreboard somewhere here. There it is. As Tigers red side this time, Unicorns with the side selection have opted for the blue side, but this is do or die for them. They need to win here in order to continue their playoffs, and Tigers looking to punch their stamp, or punch their ticket, sorry, till next week to face off against the Vipers. But whoever wins here tonight will be facing them. Spartans have already clutched their way into the finals, so they get a little break week there. But right now, we got to see between the 3rd and 4th seed here who is moving on. And we have had a bunch of spicy games here tonight, but this one could decide it all.
Yeah, this is do or die for the side of the Unicorns, and they have come so far.
Oh my goodness, yes.
They started off this league. They were struggling. It was really, really bad, and to be able to turn it around as well as they did, taking down some of the top teams in those final weeks and clutching playoffs here, it's such a moving story for the side of Unicorns, because historically, at least in the split that I got to watch when the Unicorns were in, they definitely were not the team that did miracle runs here, and the Unicorns definitely have a chance to do it here, and that's already a stack for Nasus. He's going to come to lane with the stack because he gets the stack off of wards for some reason.
And just like in Lord of the Rings, I believe it's the second movie there, it has begun.
Yeah.
It's the start. You know this Nasus is going to be stacking up like an absolute monster this game. So I would hope that Unicorns are going to be sending the right resources up there to deal with him, and maybe put him a little bit behind before they get to that, you know, once they pass that 100 stack mark, it becomes increasingly difficult to deal with them, and every 100 after that becomes it's just scary to go up there, click on the top lane, and say, oh god, he's got like 600 stacks. What do we do about this Nasus? What do we do? But you were mentioning too those buffs that still remain. The Wither is so damn powerful, especially if they're able to get that onto someone like a Taxon. That Kai'Sa's not going to be moving very far, and that's going to definitely open up these opportunities for the rest of Tigers to just jump on them.
Yeah, I'm actually going to see when the last time Nasus was buffed. It was 10.6.
Okay, so not forever ago, but like basically a whole season. Actually, wait a minute. That's actually a while ago. That's a whole season ago. Because we're on 11.6 right now, so yeah, it would have been season 10, the 6th patch that came out for last year. So it's been a minute. Let's see as we have a little scuffle going on in the bot lane. G-Tyson getting low. The Ignite is ticking down. Caramel flashing out to follow, but that Ignite will tick down. First blood to Lil Azure for Unicorns. As we're not done quite yet. Ronan actually potentially getting caught out here. A little bit of moonwalking from GKP. Not too sure what's going on there with their visual features, as we like to call them. But almost getting caught out there. Ronan is going to survive to jungle for another little while. But yeah, that's that first blood, though. It is in the pocket of the Leona, but as a support player, I can tell you it definitely feels nice having that back. You can go and get your early Mobies. You can look to roam and get these lanes ahead. So it can have its impact in the game if you're able to funnel those resources right. However, leaving the Kai'Sa to a Recon Misfortune lane is a little risky. So Taxon going to have to be safe if the Leo starts to roam.
Yeah, definitely has to be very, very careful, as Darwin is not having fun.
No, straight up not having a good time. As against that one is.
I have found what the buffs were. We might not have time to talk about them.
Seems Blade going on into this one. Lil Azure is going to have to kite on back for attacks, but he's getting whacked away. However, double TP answers are going to be coming through for the mid laners here, as GKP has shown up just to escort his teammates out of this one. That's a little risky. Nobody's 6 yet, but could have potentially seen something here. However, we're going to see something top lane, as this is going to be the Nasus getting jumped on. KC Cools goes low, and Jesus there with the pickup there. What a great skin on that Nunu too. He's heading back into the jungle to farm away.
That is a very fantastic skin, and Both of the TPs being burned from the mid lane here. Neither side is going to get a significant advantage. GKP using the teleport just to make sure his bot lane is safe there. But the kill does go over to the side of this Nunu here. And KC2 Cools is going to be very happy though, because look at that minion wave that he just gets to eat.
Stackety, stackety, stack. KC Cools goes already at 57 and counting. So we'll keep you guys updated on the stacks as they come in, because it will be nonstop. And yeah, like we said, longer it goes, scarier than Nasus gets.
Yeah, so the enough buffs that Nasus got back in 10.6, so this was about a year ago, it was an increase of 100 range on his Wither, which is huge.
Yeah.
And they removed the ultimate buff. They were going to give him ultimate buff, but they changed it, didn't give it to him anymore. But his E has more % armor shred than it did before. It was changed from 15 to 35 to 25 to 45. So armor doesn't mean much to him if his E is underneath you.
No, not at all. So that's again, if timed right, going to be quite nice when trading into this Urgot. But surprisingly enough, we see out of respect the executioner start from Stone Kit Kat, as well as a call picked up for himself too. So does not want to trade, does not want to look for anything crazy. He's down to sit back and CS as well right now too. But I'd be a little worried now, because these top laners have hit their level 6 as well too. But Stone Kit Kat actually going to be going in. And everything I just said, throw it out the window and burn it, as Stone Kit Kat is going to look to go in. But taking a little bit of damage there from that minion wave as he's doing so.
Yeah, this is actually why I much prefer Grasp on the Nasus here. Grasp is so useful to making sure you keep the health bar, and you just continuously stack health, as Ronan is here on this top side.
Oh, they're going to look for the dive to flash in from Ronan, as that is going to be the volley they're looking for. But yeah, I don't know about that one. So they will know Ronan is up there, however. Okay, Dream. Jungler's just making a little pit stop in the top lane, saying hello, how do you do? Enjoy your lane. We will see you in another 5 minutes. But yeah, nothing going to be exchanged. No summoner spells, no kills, no nothing. Just a bit of a time lost there. But since it was both junglers, I think it's kind of net neutral across the board.
Yeah, and this Nasus was at like death's door a few moments ago, and now he's back at full HP.
Oh, that's
from the passive. It's ridiculous.
Remember how like 3 minutes ago we said it was 57 seconds? Yeah, he's over 100 at this point now. So really gross. However, in the bot lane, that's going to be Little Zur going in with the Zenith Blade. Maybe a little overzealous on this one, as in goes Dysik once more with the knockup onto that Leona, but getting stunned down. The exhaust is going to come down. Bullet time is used, but attacks it in with the Killer Instinct. That's going to be a kill for him. Camel still looking to trade back. The turret shot taken by Little Zur. But in the end, it is going to be Taxon that finds the kill onto the Kaisa. However, in the top lane, guess who's come back for another regang? Jesus is here once again. The absolute zero is being popped. We'll take him down to just low enough for the Fear Beyond Death to claim that kill. And it's exactly what the Unicorns need to be doing. They're putting resources onto the Nasus and trying their best to keep him away from getting to the late game scary stage.
Nasus does end up picking up the Sheen though, and we know what happens when the Sheen with empowered auto attacks. And, it is going to be harder and harder for this Urgot. He does require the assistance already from this Nunu to make sure, because as you saw, once the ultimate was channeled, he was taking so much. Took so much more to kill him. It had to be almost the full channel of the absolute zero just to get him low enough for the Fear Beyond Death.
Yeah.
So
it's a little daunting, but they're doing well so far dealing with the Nasus. But still under 10 minutes. No dragon on the no, has been a dragon on the map, but no dragon for another 2 minutes, as it will be an Infernal coming up next, which I think that means Ocean Infernal. Back in a mountain again. We go.
Ocean Infernal, yeah, it is. Same two dragons from the first two games. It is most likely a mountain, but possibly a cloud.
Possibly. Like 75-25 split there, and that happening as bot lane is possibly a little hotspot Zen play going on into Caramel. That's going to be the solar fail used, but a little too early as Caramel is able to flash on out. Jesus is lurking around the corner, but I think they're going to spot him out there as he just narrowly is spotted out on the vision from Rakan, just standing in the lane there.
Yeah, and this is actually a little bit worrying here because the Unicorns actually have a gold lead. Usually when we see these kills come in, there is a just there to clear the wave. They don't want the Rift Tail being used out here, and now Jesus is wasting time because there is no more wave. I actually do like what Caramel did there, but what I was going to say was because it is 4-0 in kills, we usually see that the side of Tigers usually still has a gold lead in some way, shape, or form, but Unicorns actually have about a 2,000 gold lead here in the early game, and I did say that Unicorns' early game is a lot stronger than the Tigers in these past few games. As we do see, no, it is not going to hit there, but it is. Yeah, this is a very tense game. Unicorns know this is it. They have to win this game, and they are off to a great start so far. They're shutting down the Nasus. They have a lead in the bot side. This Rakan has been picked on repeatedly as they are going to take the dragon here as well. It looks like, but there is an engagement possibly in the bot side, and it might just be a 2v2 for the dragon.
Possibly. Oriana's looping around on this too, so Darwin is going to have the shockwave available. That's a lot of damage already down onto the brand this early, and he's not done with him yet. As in goes Ronin, looking with G Dicing. The quickness is going to be popped as well too, as attacks in on the backside of this fight. Needs to be very careful. Sorry, there's the quickness coming through. It's just Rakan has so much damn CC. However, that dragon is going on over to the Unicorns. Big absolute zero in the middle of all that. Jesus! Oh, he does a lot of good damage, but it's not enough to deal with all four members of them, as Darwin Theory going to be picking up that kill, and Stone Kick Yet has joined the fray onto this one, but nothing is going to be found. And the dangerous part about this, yes, Unicorns were able to find that dragon, which was really good. They're up 4 kills to 1. However, stackity, stackity, stack, Dream. Stackity, stack. We're at 222.
Oh my lord, he's going to destroy this tower.
Yeah. As that's Urgot actually coming back in with the TP, so Stone Kick Cat will get back up there to make sure he does not do exactly that. But yeah, this Nasus is already getting quite strong, but Unicorns with a nice start off to this early game. They definitely got themselves rolling nicely pre 15 minutes here.
Yeah, and oh my lord, GKP is really low. If the Shockwave was the available there, GKP might just have to burn the flash or would possibly
However,
die.
From behind, here comes the Nunu. You're not getting away from that one. Is in goes Brand with the flash, and unfortunately, Darwin Theory will fall there. He's not able to get out of that one. The kill going on over to the Brand, I believe. That went on over there, but everybody on the side of Unicorns have themselves a kill at this point, so they are definitely healthy in this early game. Gold is now we have numbers heading up towards the top lane, but both Dicek and Ronin are going to get spotted out by that control ward as they will head on back to their respective areas of the map.
Oh boy, Nasus is strong enough to be able to one-shot caster minions.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, 258 stacks so far at 14 minutes, so we'll keep posted on that, but right now we have I think a couple seconds here just to breathe.
Yeah. Remember back in the day when the buffs were or when having 100 stacks per 10 minutes was good? Yeah, I do.
I'm watching this exchange top lane though, as Little Azure is just kind of sitting in this bush on vision, so he's totally spotted out. Now Darwin Theory will sidestep that snowball, but in comes Ronin once again. Big shockwave is not going to land on anybody this time. And unfortunately, nothing traded in exchange for that, but ping's going down onto this red buff. Ronin knows it's up soon, so he's just looking to go and possibly for that or something even a little bit more juicy. How about a Kaisa in this bot side jungle. Dysik has the quickness up as well too, so they could look for the dive. However, so I see attacks and backing off, playing it safe. And now numbers from the Unicorns coming down towards the side of the map. This could be a little bit dangerous actually for Tigers, as in comes the Nunu. Ronin's possibly out of position as the Stormbreaker's coming through, but that's such a massive bullet storm ripping through these members of the Unicorns. However, it is a 4-2-3. The absolute zero is not going to land on anybody. The brand alt bounces 1-2-3. It's burning down Ronin, but Attackson's there to pick up that final blow on him. In goes Little Azure with the Zenith Blade and gifts his ADC a double kill there, as the only remaining member of the Tigers making it out will be G Dysik.
Yeah, and this is really, really bad if you're the side of Tigers here, as we got to fight in the top side. No, they're gonna back off of each other.
Oh, and Nasus isn't ready yet. He's only got 321 stacks, so he's not quite ready to fight yet. He wants probably another 300, and then he can. Oh my goodness! But right now, honestly, no. Stone Kit Kat doing a great job of harassing this Nasus, just based on what he is. But it doesn't seem like K Cools wants to fight back. There's only one thing on his mind, and you know what that is, Dream?
It's stacking.
It's stacking. And yeah, that's right.
You said that that the side or that Stone Kit Kat has been doing well, but if he was doing well, then the Nasus wouldn't have 300 stacks at 16 minutes. He may have the kill on his side, but he is definitely not doing anything to slow this Nasus down whatsoever.
In terms of just dealing with them in the 1v1s, but it's more of just Nasus doesn't have those stacks yet. Is kind of what I was leaning towards saying. In terms of like actually dealing with an Nasus, there's not too much you can do because he's playing so safe and he's just farming up. So that's all he's really doing. Any of those engages, those two deaths we do see on KC Cools have been heavily influenced by Cheeses making those roams up there, but he has been playing a lot more towards the bot side of the map in the past few minutes, and rightfully so. There is another dragon on the map. However, Ronin maybe a little overexcited on that one as this fight is actually breaking out. G Dysik possibly caught on out. A Stone Kit Kat is going on in, but the quickness will be popped. Big solar flare coming down on two members of the Tigers, but no one to follow it up. However, this dragon most likely going on over to the side of the Unicorns on the other side of the map, though. Someone's doing some damage to the turrets. Someone ate my bowl of porridge, and who wouldn't? It was always Susan. You always got to blame Susan.
Yeah, definitely. And Susan is definitely making sure that actually burning the ultimate there probably had to tank the tower for a little bit, but look how much damage he's getting off. He is now sitting at, let's find out. He now is sitting on 405 stacks.
Oh no. And I know, you know what, I feel like we're focusing too much on the Nasus, but in reality, I think it's fair because Unicorns, this is how Nasus games tend to go, is that the one side without the Nasus is going to be doing really, really well in this early mid game, which Unicorns are doing a great job. They're up 3k, almost 4k gold, 7 kills to 1, and they're sitting on that sole point. However, the Nasus has yet to join a team fight. And oh, Shockwave mid though. Take a look at this. Is big brand ult actually coming through. The Pyroclasm is being used. The Cheese is coming on in. Will he be able to finish him off? Oh, gonna be gifted on over to attacks in there as they clean up one of those members of the Tigers. Unfortunately, G Dysik will be down, but do have a Baron coming up in 1 minute. However, I think it's the objective to crack this mid tier 1 and open up this map a little bit for themselves.
Unfortunately, Nasus might not get a chance to play the game. This is looking really bad by the Tigers. This game is has gotten out of hand. It's a 5,000 gold lead, or almost 6,000 gold lead here.
Oh boy! And
it's going to get another charge off, maybe. No, it's going to get stopped right before it gets the charge off. Nasus gets another turret on the bot side. Still stacking, but the top side inner turret was taken by Urgot as well as the top outer. So they did trade each other turrets, and Urgot now has to go and respond to this Nasus, who has been solo farming this entire time. Since the last time I looked, he's added an extra
50 or so stacks. Yeah, not bad at all. But Yeah, 3 towers traded for 1 tower. I think in the end, Unicorns come out massively ahead on that trade. It is 6k gold up for them. The entire team's going to be benefiting from that gold. So overall, as a team, they are going to be the stronger ones, and they kind of need that for everybody to be scaling up and everybody to be getting into position in order to send multiple numbers up to deal with this giant Nasus. So hopefully they are going to be able to deal with this as the stacks continue to come through. He is sitting at 465. And now we have a bit of time to just think about what is the next moves of these teams. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Baron's already up on the map. But a lot of really good ultimates on either side can make these team fights go very one-sided depending on how they're used.
Yeah, and the item difference right now is very massive. Urgot has actually opted not to go for his items yet. Go for his mythic item yet. The Nasus also does not have the mythic items, but we do see across the board, we do see an advantage in items for the Nunu has the Giant's Belt versus just the Ruby Crystal, as well as the Bramble Vest. In the mid lane here, we do see that it is the Tempest and a Blast, or Tempest and a Tome with the tier versus the Leandri's Anguish and the Blasting one, so has going to have more damage there. A full item up for the Kaisa as well. Supports just the Kindle Gem difference between the two, but Locket is the important part for both of these teams, able to survive burst with those Lockets.
Yep, G-Disic almost actually getting caught out there, so luckily, as Rakan, you're able to dash back to your teammates. He will stay alive, but we got another Dragon up in 40 seconds. This is going to be soul for Unicorns if they're able to secure it. So they are looking hella good right now. But at this point, we're probably going to see Nasus back in the next few seconds here for that Mythic. But he does have TP to get into this fight. And I believe he's just going to go ahead and build a Triforce, I would think, at this point, with the Phage, the Kindle Gem, and the Sheen. And, nope, I was wrong.
No, it's the Earthbound Axe for the, I believe, for the...
Okay.
Yeah, and he also got 100 more stacks since the last time we looked at it.
Yeah. My more, it's not me saying, why did he build that here? It's just, look how much stronger this Nasus just became coming into this fight as Dragon...
He's just gonna walk in.
He's gonna clunk somebody. Like, Jesus only has a couple of tank items under his belt. And this is going to be really risky. Yeah, look how aggressive K-Cool's closing with his 556 stacks. 546 stacks. My goodness, math some days. Our brains are starting to tap out here, but this could be a potential game-swinging fight here as Unicorns have been ahead, but that will be Ronin going on. And massive bullet time here as in goes the Rakan with the quickness. Stone Kit Kat doing a good job on the back end as the Fear Beyond Death will find one. But it's trading back and forth. Casey Cools is still alive, and Clonk goes another for the double kill. If Ataxim walks up here, he is in so much trouble. But it's just Casey Cools and these two members of Unicorns remaining. So in the end, ends up being a 3 for 4 in favor of the Unicorns. However, Casey Cools still walking around here. He's doing a lot of damage. He just needs to walk in and give you a bonk, but he's dipping back and forth so well. I think if this Dragon gets low enough, I think Casey Cools can just bonk it and take it. However, TP's coming through. He might have to back off here. As in comes the Brand. That's going to be the damage, and that will be the soul here, secured by the Unicorns at 24 minutes. However, we saw how close that fight was based on one soul member on this map. Casey Cools is starting, is at the point where he is very scary to deal with.
Yeah, Nasus is the sole proprietor of 2 of those kills there, was 0-2-0 before that. He does get 2 kills. It ends up being a, I believe it was a 3 for 4.
Yeah, 3 for 4.
Yeah, well, with Nasus being the only one alive after that, and the Kaisa and the Urgot being the only 2 alive for the Unicorns. And for the Unicorns, you have a Soul and a Maspa lead going up 3 for 4. That is not what you wanted to happen, as Ronin's going in.
That little Zer possibly caught out here. The Void Seeker coming on in. But G Dysik more focused on the Kaisa in the backside, going in with the quickness. Ronin following up as well too. Massive bullet time is going to be ripping through these members, but Stone Kit Kat coming on in from the bat line. Unicorns finding the win on these fights. It's a double kill for that Urgot. Cheese is trying to chase him down. Ataxin also going dominating. That should just be the Baron here for Unicorns. This is massive for them. Their playoff dreams are contingent on this game and them going to a game 5. So here they are. They pick up the Baron for themselves, and they are going to be looking really good going into this later game as the gold lead. Now 8K up for them. 5 turrets to 2. They have the soul under their belt as well. And that nice purple off for the next 3 minutes. So let's see what they can do with the here dream.
Yeah, this game is it's about a 10,000 gold lead, getting close to it there. It's about 9,000 at the current moment, but this game is going to be very, very difficult for the side of Tigers to actually come back in. Despite the power of this Nasus, there is only so much that he can do. Canditon is right there in the comments. Once he reaches past that 800, those 800 stacks, it is less effective because of armor. So,
yes,
there is a time where this Nasus is going to struggle. If he can reach the Brand and the Kaisa, he has a chance of turning this game, but there is a lot of front line for him to walk through. There is a lot of kiting for him to deal with. As we got a fight here in the mid.
Yeah, Ronin maybe biting off a little more than he can chew, as that will be Rakan going in with the quickness. G Dysik trying to kite on back as the absolute zero coming through. Ronin will drop as a big solar flare onto the backside of this fight. Stone Kit Kat dealing with K-Cools as best he can, but he does find the little. Oh my goodness, no! The Nasus drop. Sphere Beyond Death will miss, but that is a integral member here to the Tigers that is gonna fall. 4 members still pushing on. 5 members, sorry, as Nunu comes out with the giant snowball. Gonna get the knockup onto Darwin. That's gonna be a dead Oriana, but a massive bullet time from Caramel does not matter. Ataxin so damn strong that Cathian Rain just rains pain on the poor Misfortune as Unicorns on their Cinderella story, that 4th place seed, are going to be taking us here to a Game 5 dream, and they do it so convincingly too. They're looking to finish it off, but Ronin going in for one last fight. He's looking to drop these members of Unicorns. One will go. Stone Kit Kat with that shield flips him over, but Ataxin on the backside finds a Nexus. We're going to Game 5, baby. Oh man. Oh man.
It's just me, or has every single one of these games been one-sided for one or the other?
Oh, blue side is, I mean, with the exception we saw in game 1, blue side has just had such a strong advantage tonight. I don't know what it is. Even in the series I played last week, it was blue win every single game. So that does for me, if I'm the Unicorns right now, that does become a little scary because Tigers have selection in game number 5, which for them, they have chosen the blue side every time they've had side selection. So I am a little concerned, but Unicorns played that extremely well. They didn't let it get into the super mega late game where Nasus would have been almost unstoppable. They pushed their advantage, and I feel like we we might have focused on the Nasus a little bit too much this game, but we definitely got to give a shout out to these members of the Unicorns for pulling it back to a Game 5, playing their hearts out, and Ataxin again on that Kaisa, doing so much work for his team, as we see the damage charts up on your screen right now.
Yeah, that was a very good game. We did see that the pieces were starting to come together for the Tigers. The Misfortune ultimates were beautiful most of the time there, except for that botched one down in the lane at the early stages of the game. The Oriana actually not working out as well this time around. Actually whiffed 2 ultimates in that early game there. The Nasus was never able to really have that much impact. He had a lot of stacks, but the kiting, Nasus is so easily kiteable. That's why we don't see him in the meta as much anymore. And was bullied quite a bit by this Urgot and the Nunu there, making sure he couldn't get off the ground. it was just very, very difficult for the Tigers to actually find a lead pretty much anywhere, and that's why it was such a convincing victory for the side of the
Unicorns. Yeah.
Unicorn.
But
Sorry,
we
for a second there.
are going to game 5, so we are going to hand out those tokens from our winners of last game. For those of you who put those
has a
predictions down.
request for a special Silver Scrapes to be played in Caster's chat, by the way.
Is it the Mark Z version?
It is.
No.
No.
I don't wanna. You know what? If you're gonna get a special version of Silver Scrapes, it'll be of Gurf playing it himself and doing his own version. So you get that maybe down the line. Maybe we see it.
Do it on the piano.
Yeah, not right now, but at
Not
some
right now,
point.
but
At some point here. But we got our player of the game poll lined up here. We got the Silver Scrapes going. We are going to game 5, baby, to decide whose playoffs dreams are dashed and whose playoff dreams are going to continue and face off against the Vipers next week. But we will see you back on the desk in a few short minutes. Make sure to bring all your snacks. Make sure to cozy up because this one's going to be an absolute banger as we head to our final game of the night. We will see you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're back just a smidge early there. I know I surprised you there. We got the silver scrapes going because you know what time it is. Before we hop into the hype for Game 5, we have our player of the game from game number 4, and that's none other than Jesus. The rest of his name's cut off because it's super damn long. As he went 4-2-12 on that new last game. So congratulations, Jesus. But Dream, this is it. I feel like I was kind of, I'm like, oh damn, it's getting late. I'm fading away a little bit here. I might make coffee. No, Game 5 energy. That's where it's at. That's what I need to fuel me right now tonight. And my God, we've got it. This best of 5 series going the final length to a 5th game here. And Unicorns have done what we were talking about. They bring it back here after being down 2-1. So got to see how this is going to go, but this is the last game for one of these teams, this split. It is unfortunate that we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them because, god damn, they have been playing so well this split. It has been a pleasure to get to know some of these players too. They have been fantastic, being prepared all the time and just being awesome dudes, but unfortunately, only one can move on to the Vipers next week. So,
we also have to close out that raffle because Dallas has redeemed yet another one for this game.
True, we do. So we have a little bit of time for these players to get ready, go to the bathroom, do what they need to do to get ready for game number 5. So from our first raffle, our winner is going to be our boy Beacons coming through here as our first raffle winner of the night. Congratulations, Beacons. The Beacons are lit. Their Dream, as we're going to go ahead and add some points on over into Beacon's pocket.
You mean me, right?
Beacons are lit. Nope, you don't get them this time. You got to earn them. You got to flex the RNG as much as you can. But those are going on over to him. Dallas has redeemed another token raffle, so we will activate this. This will be our last raffle of the night because it's our last game of the night. But lots of tokens on the line as well, too. So go ahead. That new raffle is open. Not quite yet there, Dream. I see you I see you down there. I see you. But go ahead. Now you can go ahead and enter. That is open right now. But we are going to head into draft right now. Without any further ado, let's get this one on the road as
somebody accidentally hit the start button there. Whoopsies.
Whoopsies, as I do have the new pick and ban ready to go. But yes, we are ready to go. Let's flip it on over to the draft and see what these guys have to bring out for game number 5. Alrighty.
Tiger's going to ban away the Corki there as the first pick. Going to be Corki has been permabanned by the Tigers every single game. That has not changed. It is going to remain the same. Galio also going to be banned away. Not going to see Galio in this series at all.
Probably won't see Vladimir either. I mean, that's just kind of been denied to KC Cools this night, but this time Unicorn's going to be smart, take away that Hecarim from the B1 Tigers, who have run it with Ronin before.
Yeah, and the Swain is also going to be taken away. Also has not seen this Summoner's Rift in this series as well. So we got some very familiar bans here going the way of both teams. Very curious to... one of them had to leave. They'll get an order, I'm sure,
okay,
after they're done drafting. Yeah, Ronan had to leave there, so... wonder what the last ban is going to be from the Tigers. I do expect the last ban from Unicorns to be the Seraphine.
Okay.
It is going to be a Nunu. Nunu
okay.
is going to be the final ban here. Nunu actually was very instrumental in their victory in the last game. Did not have the best showing when they picked it in Game 2, but definitely had a much better showing this time in Game 4. Not going to see it Game 5, and
there
Seraphine also going to be sitting on the bench this entire series. Sorry, Killua, no Seraphine games for you to watch today. I know how much you love that champion, but sorry, not happening. Champion's just too strong. So I wonder what the B1 pick is going to be for the Tigers. Remember, in the very first game, they did B1 Sivir, and B1 for Game 3, they picked the Hecarim, and it looks like it's going to be the Volley Bear.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Ronan and Jesus have kind of been tossing that one back and forth tonight, but both have been playing it well, so Volley will be the first pick up here for the Tigers. I mean, looking at it, there are a couple other picks that maybe could have slotted in there, but you can never go wrong with the jungler because it's just kind of, okay, what are the rest of the lanes going to be now as the Unicorns have the next couple picks?
Yeah, this could still be flexed into the top side. It has always been seen into the jungle pretty much this entire series. It is going to be the Sejuani as the response. We did see this matchup in Game 1. In fact, we did see both of these champions in Game 1 on the side of Unicorns.
Is this game 1? No, we need to sever. But if they can get Caramel back onto that Vayne again, we saw him do terrible things. Great, yes, but terrible. He was absolutely a menace on that Vayne. It was just so rough to lane against. Every single moment he saw someone take literally a toe out of position, he was on top of them like that. So
you see them debating it a bit. They haven't locked it in because Vayne is going to struggle a little bit against the Sejuani. Sejuani's Glacial Prison able to lock her down very easily, but they do end up going for it here. And I wonder what they're going to pair the Vayne up with. The last time they did pair the Vayne up with the Thresh, which is still open. They can definitely pick it here. The Unicorns, they did go with the Braum with the Kai'Sa in the first game. If they want to go for that, they have gone for the Leona in the past. Leona is, I think, a stronger pick into the Vayne. It is going to be the Twisted Fate for the Tigers. They're playing the very comp that they played, a very similar comp they played in the second game here. The Twisted Fate, the Vayne, and the Volibear all returning. The Thresh and the Silas also will may or may not make it in. I do expect the Thresh ban. It has been banned ever since.
I mean, they could just pick it up right now and take it away from G Dysik, but could also choose to ban it as well on the second half of the bans. But we'll have to see as Unicorns getting their third pick of the game coming through right now. Probably a little lag coming through, but it will be the brand once again being picked up here, most likely back into the hands of GKP. He did quite a good job harassing the absolute crap out of Darwin there in the early stages of the game. But into the Twisted Fate, I mean, that gold card is going to be a huge threat, as we saw before. The Destiny, the gold card, it's ridiculous if you're looking to make picks around this map. So possibly some more pick type champions coming from the Tigers, I would think would be pretty good. That goes into their comp or what they're looking for here. But they could just return to the same thing as well too they did earlier with Caramel on that Vayne. Just make sure it's literally protect the ADC kind of comp, where make sure they get fed up, make sure they get CS, make sure they get gold, and this Vayne is going to become a monster. He got a penta. He got a penta in game 2 on Vayne. So this is nothing to be scoffed at.
He got a penta, a quadra, a triple, and a double kill, all in game 2. This champion is this guy on this champion is absolutely correct. We gotta watch out for him. But we do see that the Leona and Nautilus are going to be the Thresh and the Vladimir. I'm actually surprised that the Vladimir made it this far into the picks and bans to be not be allowed through. We did see the strength of this, and honestly, I don't think Vladimir would have fit the composition that Tigers is trying to run here. Their composition is to make sure that this Vayne can get ahead and get a lead. With the I wonder what they're going to go ahead and pick here. It is going to either be a blind support or a blind top laner here. They may
safer pick is probably to go for that support, even though see that's even tough to say too, because you know who's going into that mid lane, but they're gonna offer the safe option and just pick up that Braum again, going and returning back to what they were pulling off earlier this series. So they know it works. It's worked once before for them, the Kai'Sa Braum there in game number 1, especially, well, that bot lane specifically were the ones to run it. So we'll see how they fare up against this Tigers lock-in, as they are gonna have to reveal their mid and top at this point here.
Yeah,
or their support in top. My apologies.
Ooh, it might be the Vayne Lulu.
Oh, let's do it. Come
one
on.
Of the, one of the hyper carry champions that just enable hyper carry ADCs, and it is going to be locked in. It will be the Vayne Lulu against the Kaisa Braum down in the bot lane. We are going to see whether or not this Volibear is going to be going into the top side or if it's going to the jungle. I expect it is going into the jungle here because he did play against Sejuani last time, and I don't think it went fair. I think
Sejuani won that, though. Sejuani won this because it was Unicorns on red side with Sejuani, Kaisa, and Braum. That's the game one that they won. However, it was game one that it was the Sivir B1 pick for the Tigers. This time they have the Vayne for Caramel. They have the Twisted Fate for Darwin Theory. And this is looking a lot better. Whole team fight city. This is team fight city right here if I've ever seen it with a cannon pickup. You send a big ass cannon into a fight. Yeah, that is going to be massive. But Unicorns have some really good options as well too. I don't know what the last pick is going to be quite yet here for Stone Kit Kat, but I would think probably something nice and tanky, which is kind of what they've been doing, is putting up that big brick wall in front of the Tigers to try and stop them. It's worked a couple times tonight. It has not worked a couple times tonight. So we'll see if they can make it happen here in Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, the brick wall is more like a paper wall when you have a Vayne on the other side.
Yes, that is true.
I wonder, the Aurelia is still open if they want to go for that. Aurelia is pretty okay into the cannon. Not great, because the cannon can get away very quickly, but it is an okay match. But it is going to be the Cho'Gath. Here we go. Talk about the big boys. That is the biggest boy. That League of Legends at the top.
He truly is.
Yeah, and this is it. We're in Game 5 now. This is the end game. Whoever wins this, the Unicorns, their comeback story, is it going to end here? Honestly, I think the Unicorns might have this one. I think their mental might have the edge here after winning that game.
This is 3 out of 5 champions they have run on the red side earlier tonight and won with. However, Tigers have looked pretty good in the games that they have won, and especially so in game number 3. And to call back, we've already mentioned a couple times, the Vayne that came out in game 2 for Caramel was kind of cracked. So the Unicorns got to know that this is where they need to be putting their attention is onto this Vayne. They need to make sure it does not survive in any of these fights. However, Cannon, I think, is going to have a massive effect on these team fights with the Slicing Maelstrom. It's just so damn powerful to get that kind of damage and CC off on such a large AoE area. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. The Cho'Gath is going to be a struggle in this top side against the Kennen. But it is up to this Cho'Gath to make sure that the Kennen doesn't get too much of a lead here.
Well, let's hope for it. That's I mean, Cho'Gath he's a funny champion there. The fact that, yeah, usually around mid game he doesn't have all the stacks and he can be a little rough around the edges, but come late game you'd say, okay, Cho'Gath is going to be a massive tank for us. However, late game you also have to be considering the fact that Vayne is there to deal with tanks and is able to shred apart tanks, especially so in the late game. So this is it's a little bit scary knowing that champion is back in the hands of Caramel in this game.
I definitely agree, but we still got to remember that the Kaisa in game 1 was very, very powerful, and she does have the tools on her team to enable her playstyle. And we also have to remember that Brand, the amount of damage that Brand can bring to a team fight is on par with this Kennen. The AoE damage that he can bring along with the burn is very, very potent, especially in choke points. The Glacial Prison, the Glacial Fissure, and just the Q from the Cho'Gath can zone people away. The Kaisa can pretty much get in on every single one of these champions CC. There's a stun from 4 of the 5 of these champions here, so...
And the thing is, looking at this side of the Tigers, the majority, not all, but the majority of this damage is going to be coming from the Vayne. So I'm hoping to see every single one of those Sejuani ultimates being dumped onto Caramel. They have to make sure to shut him down. They have to make sure. And this, you know what? We're talking at our asses because see what's on screen. Okay, no, they're gonna go back and do something more normal. I was like, Vayne top question mark, possibly. I was gonna even mention it in during the draft retrospect. I'm like, what if they did something crazy and sent Vayne up into the top lane? That'd be crazy, but no, it is gonna be on Caramel there. Just a little out of order there. There's a bit of a client issue beforehand, but we are all locked into our positions, which means these predictions are opening up. Everybody watching at home, you can go ahead and put your bets down on who do you think is going to win this game number 5. This is for all the money for these teams to keep their playoffs going. Only one of them can make it through here. And I know it's tough to try and predict this one, Dream, but who do you think has the better team and draft in our final game of the night here?
Oh man. All right. Let's see. Take away the team names. Take away the team, the players. I'm gonna look at these objectively. I honestly think I have to give it to Unicorn. There is so much that the Vayne actually has to dodge and weave through to get to this brand in Kai'Sa. Yes, the Cho'Gath, Sejuani, and Braum are going to get melted by the Vayne, but that is more than enough time for Brand and Kai'Sa to melt the rest of the team. There is not a lot of tank on the side of the Tigers. Volibear pretty much is the only tank. Lulu can make somebody a bit stronger with the ultimate, but there is not a lot, and we've seen what happens when a Kai'Sa gets ahead against a team with not a lot of health, and Brand can do much of the same thing, especially once he gets the Leandri's Anguish and the Demonic Embrace. He does ridiculous amounts of damage, even to tanks, and there is only one of them on the enemy team. I have to give it to Unicorns because there's just more damage coming out of the 2 carries when it's really just a Vayne show on the other side, with Ken and Twisted Fate being supporting roles in the in that.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, a lot of this game is gonna fall onto the shoulders of Caramel and Dysik. I think it's nice to have the Lulu there, especially with the Vayne, because what Dysik has been doing tonight, and I've mentioned this with a couple other players along these streams too, he's one of those enabler players. He will get you ahead. He will make sure to keep you alive. He will sacrifice himself to make sure the stronger members of his teammates survive and get ahead. So having that Lulu there is going to be advantageous for this Vayne, especially the fact on Enchanters, depending on what build we see coming out of Dysik, can really just turbocharge any ADC. Versus the Braum, who is there to tank up. He's not really going to be getting as much buffs onto the Kai'Sa. You know, might see the Knight's Vow as well too, which is nice to kind of mitigate that damage coming down onto her and allow the Braum to soak it up for himself. But, you know, like we were saying before, Sejuani, Kai'Sa, Braum all run on red side earlier tonight for the Unicorns, and that's where they found their first win of the night. However, we've only got a few seconds left here, so make sure to keep getting those predictions in. Let us know who you think is going to win. There's also a raffle to enter, so make sure you use command raffle to get into that. But it all comes down to this, game number 5. We will see you on the Rift in a few short moments, but don't go anywhere because you are not going to want to miss this one. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to game number 5 of the LRS Draft quarterfinals. We've made it the entire way to a final game in this best of 5 series. Unicorns have brought it to this point and are looking to get the upset here over the favored team tonight. I know Tigers have been looking very strong this split. They were definitely favored coming into this matchup tonight. But Unicorns have gotten some upsets these past few weeks, especially in the later half of the split, looking to do it once more and punch their tickets to face the Vipers next week. But really, both these teams have been playing fantastic throughout the evening. And, oh, Casey Cool's going to spot out that Cho'Gath with that ward. But all in all, both teams deserve to go on tonight. No matter how this one goes, they've both been playing great. But it does come down to one final game, and there can only be one that moves on.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, and we got to remember that the Unicorns, I did talk about this earlier, they started off very, very poorly. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point. And for the game to hang on to, or for their entire split to hang on to this final game, even if they lose, you have to be proud of for what they did this split, because we thought it was just going to be another Unicorns that kind of just turbo into the split, but
not this split, baby, not this split. They found their footing there around week 4. They started turning things around for themselves and really making a name as they climbed past the Lions there pretty convincingly. And this is why they are here today on the stream, here today playing to go ahead into these semifinals. But you see again right off the bat, GKP being an absolute thorn in the side of Darwin Theory. Is got to keep your eyes again on the bot lane, seeing what attacks can do. These first bloods have mostly been in the bot side, with the exception of that first game, and it has been between Caramel and Taxon, and sometimes the supports tend to pick up one here and there. Lil Zura has actually got the first blood last game, but this is probably one of the more quiet starts I think we've seen from any of these games. Neither of these teams, I think, want to be the ones that are responsible for giving up first blood, especially in such a tight game. Yeah,
and this is very tense series because of the implications for it. We do have to remember that on stream last week, if the Unicorns do get past this game, they go against the Vipers, and we do have to remember that the Unicorns did kind of hard stomp the Vipers in their streamed game last week. Or was it the Spartans they played against?
I believe it was not any Spartans on the stream last week, because they had 2 weeks of double lineups for them.
Yeah, it was the Vipers that they played against.
No. Ronan in the jungle of Jesus, able to steal away that red buff. So that is going to be quite a setback here for Jesus in this early game.
Yeah, that is. You're going to feel pretty bad about that. We do see a bit of a discrepancy here between the two junglers as far as the CS goes, and he is going to get the top scuttle. Go ahead and reset and give away the bot scuttle to Jesus. So not a total loss, but still it's going to hurt a little bit, as the Sejuani is waiting in the wings here, ready to go in at a moment's notice. That is a pretty big minion wave, so it will be pushing against them, but the Sejuani is just going to back.
Going for that reset now, as we're seeing just a Ruby Crystal come out so far. So back into the jungle, go farm some more, go get some more gold, and hit that level 6, because that's when Sejuani really turns on. That's, I think, when you start executing a little bit more of what they want to be doing this game. However, right now, gold is pretty damn close. It's just the Tigers ever so slightly ahead, but nothing big so far happening in this game yet. But we do have an Ocean up in 30 seconds, so we'll see which of these teams are prioritizing those dragons this game, because they have been massively important throughout tonight.
They definitely have. We do have the Ocean as the first dragon here. Do you think we're going to get another Ocean Infernal?
Sure. You know what? That's just the way it goes to get multiple clouds in the series, because it do be like that. You know, Dream? It do be like that.
It definitely do be like that. And it looks like the side of the Unicorns may want to set up a freeze here, but the minions are not cooperating, so the freeze is going to break. And Darwin Theory is expending a lot of mana just to stay in this lane. Unfortunately, has gone through 2 of those corrupting pots. Very hard to actually trade with the brand there, and obviously it's hard to trade with Stone Kit Kat on this Cho'Gath because, well, he gets health and mana back every time he kills a unit.
Oh, let's see it. A little bit of trades going on in the spot lane, and don't worry, I'm messing with Cannon XLs at this point. I'm flipping around the Vayne and Lulu there. I see you boys. I got you. Don't you worry. Scoreboard's all fixed up now, and this ocean is on the map as well too. No priority given over to it quite yet. We still have yet to see First Blood, and I think at this point it might be the latest First Blood. Lulu's are looking to go in, blocking up a bunch of damage with that shield of his. But Caramel doing a nice job of tumbling out and putting some good poke back onto that Braum.
Yeah, Braum is going to have a little bit of a harder time with Caramel. This champion is very good at dodging out of skill shots. The tumble is just enough range to get out of most skill shots in the game. But we do see that it is a very large minion wave. Darwin or Caramel has to be a little bit careful, as we do see a bit of a trade going down here.
Yeah, but Taxon standing behind that shield is Braum Jose. But in comes Sejuani, so possibly looking to start up this dragon, maybe just get some vision as Darwin Theory. Just on the other side of this wall. Not going to see the Sejuani until possibly it's too late. The ward comes down. I don't think he even saw the ward go down, as he was outside of that bush for some reason, but that will mean multiple numbers of these unicorns going on over to this dragon, and I like to see this from them. They are prioritizing these dragons very early on. Might not be on spawn, but they're going to go ahead and pick up an ocean for themselves, and it's Ocean Cloud, so no Cloud Soul for us tonight.
Let's find out what we are going to
guess Mountain, but I want Infernal.
Ocean Cloud looks like it may make Infernal.
Yes, please, make it happen. Game number 5, Spicy Infernal Soul. More damage for both sides to potentially pick up here. That's what you like to see in a Game 5. I mean,
I definitely do. Surgeon Kennen is such a funny skin. I love looking at Surgeon Kennen.
He's such a little goofball there, throwing around. I love his little laugh too when he just like rolls around on the ground with his arms by his side. It's like, okay, someone at Riot was having a good day that day and made something fun for us. But it's been pretty quiet this game compared to the others, as we mentioned earlier before. 8 minutes into this game, no First Blood yet. Tigers have about an 800 gold advantage at this point, but considering that not much is being done other than an early dragon take so far, we can still say things are pretty neutral for both teams here.
And that gold lead is mainly on to the top jungle for the side of the Tigers here. The CS difference is it's closing, especially between the two junglers, but one of them is out of jungle, the other one is not. Still has the Krugs to go for, and the Scuttle is going to be spawning, so it looks like there will be a lead for the jungle here, but there's also a lead in the top side as well. But that is being matched in the bot side. Vayne is not having fun in this bot lane, trying to CS. It's been pushed away from the wave multiple times because Braum just dashes, and we see it happening again here.
Go, Glacial Fissure is going to be used as will not actually land on anybody. And TP's actually coming through too. The Slicing Maelstrom from KC cools. Little Azure goes down, and that's going to be First Blood going on over to the Tigers.
Something that I actually kind of want. Oh, never mind.
Hold that thought. Flash for backwards. Oh no, unfortunate there, but the Destiny comes through. Darwin Theory able to clean up that little bit of a messier dives we've seen, but Tigers able to find themselves another kill on the map. So doing well so far for themselves at pre-10 minutes as they start to light this one up for us.
And that is going to be a pretty substantial lead here in the early game for the Tigers. Finally getting something out of it. Unfortunately, that bot lane fight, never mind, we might have something going on here.
Looking to go in. Look at Stone Kit Kat. Where did the hell did he come from? He must have TP'd on in. But that's going to be the wild growth used onto Caramel. He is shredding down Caramel, but Stone Kick Cat with the feast. Nom 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 nom. He's going to gobble up that Vayne as a little snack there. Pretty makes his journey bot lane quite worthwhile.
Yeah, and now both of the top laners have gotten a kill from the bot side of the map, so gonna feel pretty good about that. I was going to say that the Kennen was the one to take the kill originally in that bot lane skirmish. It wasn't the Vayne, so that is a consolation prize, but now that the Cho'Gath also has a kill, he's gonna feel very good about that, but his this gold deficit between the two is starting to grow. It's a 900 gold deficit because he's been gone from lane so long. He just lost 2 of his plating from his turret here, and he's down pretty significantly in the CS as well.
I mean, it's chill. The fact that he has 3 stacks already, and that was at pretty much 10 minutes, is pretty good pacing for the Cho'Gath. So that's always what you kind of be wanting to look for, is I need to get a stack when my R is off a cooldown, and at that point you scale up very, very quickly. When you start coming back to these lanes, it's like, oh, that Cho'Gath has like 5,000 health. Now, when did that happen? As we're seeing some trading actually happening between these 2 top laners. Stone Kick Cat getting some good autos off. Those Vorpal Spikes doing some damage, but the Rupture will go wide. The Slicing Maelstrom coming out from KC Cools to get the stun off. And he will keep that Cho'Gath off of him for now as both these members back off. However, we do have Ronan coming on back here and a beautiful stun to set this up. Cho'Gath has nowhere to go right now. The feast is available, but Ronan is going to be there to kill him first, and Kennen keeps the distance not to give him a free stack there. So again, Tiger's playing this very, very well so far.
Yeah, and he does end up getting the kill there, going 2-0 now. He's sitting on 1,600 gold. He's gonna be as the
oh boy, Glacial Prison coming out, and you got nowhere to go. So Taxon cleans up that Lulu. However, oh no, Lil Zur, you're in some. You need to get out of there. You can't deal with the Vayne by yourself. Jump to your team. Go do the dragon, guys. Don't chase that. There you go. They just gotta listen to me a little bit to send them off. They go figure it out, but they'll turn their attention back towards the dragon, pick up their 2nd of the game, and I know, Mountain Soul again. But again, it's a strong dragon. It's just not the most exciting one, I guess.
Yeah, I was hoping for Infernal.
I know, me too.
Or at least an Ocean Soul, man. Like every single one of these first dragons was a dang.
Cloud Mountain,
Ocean.
Cloud Mountain.
Yeah.
That's what you get. That's what you get. You get that. Take it or leave it. That's what we'll have tonight, Dream, I suppose. They're saving the Infernals for finals. Don't you worry. We'll get some when we have the Spartans here on stream in a couple weeks. But this game, like we've been talking about, is going definitely Tiger's direction right now, especially so in that the top lane. Kennen has been doing quite well in CS and making some roams, so we got to keep an eye when that Kennen has the TP back up, because that Slicing Maelstrom is such a team fight swing ability, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, but we also did see that the Kennen had to expend so much just to stay away from that Cho'Gath there.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath does have the Murph Treads finished. Looks like he's working for possibly the Frostfire Gauntlet. Which is very good on the champion. Actually, a build that I saw that was a lot of fun was going Glacial on Cho'Gath. So that way your spikes perma-slow everything in that area.
Oh, I would not like to face that ever. Like, ever. But could it be fun to play? Yeah, absolutely. Mega slows on team, but look at this. Lil Zur looking to come on in. The flash away from Darwin Theory. Glacial Fissure is going to just come up a little short, but Ronan is here to answer, and that's going to be the Destiny Prophecy where the rest of the unicorns are. Dicey coming in as well, too, but Darwin Theory over the wall with that Destiny, the gold card as well, and Ronan is going to go ahead and clean this one up. Double kill for him. Tiger's fine, too. And my goodness, this lead is starting to grow and grow just a little bit more than I think the unicorns are probably comfortable with.
Yeah, luckily, none of it is all going on to the Vayne here, so consolation prize, the Vayne is not getting any stronger or weaker as the game goes, as Lulu might be caught out here.
Yep, TBC, the TP coming through mid, but the Blast Cone off to safety. Ataxin is going to swoop around here, possibly looking for the Void Seeker in. That's going to be the Glacial Prison. Just needs to get in range. Oh my goodness. That was an almost. Very close almost, but not able to execute on that play.
Yeah, Jadisic being very calm in that situation there. Not burning the flash, not burning the ultimate there. But it is going to be the Glacial Prison down from the Sejuani there. So just a little bit of consolation prize, not burning anything for the Glacial Prison. It is not on the longest of cooldown, should be up very, very soon. The teleport, however, was expended by GKP just to get back into that mid lane, so he is not going to have that for quite some time. And
what
things
do you
look
think
like
of the... I just want to bring this to your attention for the Cho build, of what you think about the Turbo Chem tank, and we might have to come back to the thought in a sec, as Little Azura is getting jumped on, Glacial Fissure comes on down, jumps back to Ataxin. But Vayne is looking to go in. The final hours pop. That's going to be the Chilling Smite coming down. Caramel is getting kited back right now, but he will find the kill onto the Braum. The Wild Growth coming through to make that Vayne massive. The shields, though, are they going to be enough? Income Stone get with the feast to take down this Vayne. And now the Tigers have to turn their tails and run, but they're not going to go anywhere. 4 members of the Unicorns. Actually, the entire team was down here with the exception of Lil Zero, who got picked off there. But Unicorns find themselves a team fight, and now it's 6-5 on the board.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the 2 people that have shutdowns were not the 2 people that were in that fight, and because of that, it just means that KC Cools is going to get that top lane tower. First tower of the game is going to keep that 4,000 gold lead for the side of the Tigers there. They are going to be pretty happy with that, but once again, the Tigers have the gold lead, they have the tower lead, but now the stacking. Mountain Soul on this team composition doesn't mean as much because it's Vayne, but it will mean a little bit more because there is just an extra bit of shielding that they have to deal with. And Vayne might be in trouble yet again. The Glacial Prison is available.
Yep, and she's cut off from this fight. I mean, she has to find a smart way in here or gets caught in the face with the Sejuani ult. However, no one is yet to answer Shelly, who's just rampaging down the mid lane right now. And it's hard for the Unicorns to give up this position, but they could have just given up this Dragon. They're already at 2. However, they're going to go ahead and start this up. Glacial Fisher's coming through to slow down Darwin, Theory, Roche, Ronan is on the other side of this, but he is going in. It will get feasted up by the choke gap, but the Slicing Maelstrom is doing so much in the backside of this fight. The Wild Growth onto Ronan. Look how big that bear is. That's a big old bear. You got nowhere to go against him. On the side, though, Jesus getting chased down. Darwin Theory, the last to finish it off, and that's going to be the ace here for the Tigers at 18 minutes. Unicorns, you may have found that dragon and gotten to Soul Point, but to give up an ace, that is really rough for them, but so good for the Tigers.
Yeah, and 3 of those kills went to Vayne.
And Decyclone, it's a Glacial Prison. Maybe I'm just
Like a prison cell.
yeah, because you ain't going nowhere when you get caught up by that. However, that was just a really good team fight by the side of Tigers. I mean, the Lulu ult onto Ronan as well, too. Good God, that bear was nuts.
Yeah, that was a very, very big bear. And it looks like they are going to lose the bottom and outer turret as well. They lost the mid inner turret to the a combined effort of Shelly and them winning the fight and moving on to that inner turret. So really, it's 4 turrets to 0, 11 to 5 in kills. We're sitting at about an 8,000 gold lead for the team. This is
probably one of the larger leads we have seen in these games, and you know, there's been some good back and forth this game, but in that last fight, it was just such a commanding win from the Tigers. You got to be a little worried if you're the Unicorns and how to approach these next few team fights, because the next 1 or 2 could spell this game. We've seen these teams, when they have that window to just go and end, they take it. So they're not here to mess around. This is game 5 of the quarterfinals, and Tigers looking to close this out. in a, I would think, much closer series than they anticipated.
Yeah, and look at the items from the vein here. The second item is the QSS, actually. Buying that much earlier than she did the last time because of the Glacial Prison.
Yes.
Or rather, just the amount of hard CC that the other team has. There is a lot of it. Unfortunately, you can't QSS a knockup from the Cho'Gath.
No. But the soul that comes afterwards, I mean, in a pinch, it's not ideally what you want to use your QSS for, but, you know, in dire situations, you might have to do what is necessary to stay alive. However, Tigers are in the driver's seat right now. We do have this Baron on the map now. It just spawned about 45 seconds ago, and another Dragon up in about 2 minutes here. So we see this dance around the pit here, just the fight for vision, which is going to be so important when moving forward into this mid-game.
Yeah, this mid-game is very crucial to both of these teams because you think about the team comp that the side of Unicorns have, and mid-game, they are fairly strong in the mid-game, as the Baron is going to be started up here at the 21-minute mark. This may just be it. There is not a lot of turrets standing in that mid lane.
No, there's not. Can't see it though, as we got numbers from both sides around here. KC Cools maybe looking to wrap around and get a big slicing maelstrom, but Tigers are actually going to disengage off of the Baron. They do not want to risk it, especially, you know, having both glacial ultimates up. That is definitely a riskier play to be grouped around that pit, so they're going to play it safe and just back off for now.
Yeah, and they did have the inside track to do something with this mid turret, but they don't manage to get much of anything out of it besides a little bit of damage. And the game is going to continue to stay in this position. It's still sitting at about an 8,000 gold lead, actually, or 9,000 gold lead, excuse me. No, it's actually about 8,000. Has dropped just a little bit, surprisingly. I think it is due to the CSing from this. Kaisa is doing very well with it. Has 180 CS here, but on that top lane, 304, Kennen is an absolute monster. Has the Void Staff as his second item. This item actually is gold. What gold value was nerfed a bit, increasing the price because okay, he's just using it to cycle through his spellbook. Never mind. I saw him use the heal. But I was going to as the soul is coming up here. Kennen and Twisted Fate both have their teleports, plus Twisted Fate has his destiny.
Yep.
Available here.
I feel like we just had a dragon fight not too long ago, but Unicorn's looking to claim that soul. They're on the point right now. Glacier Fisher coming through as well too, and it's going to be stolen by Ronin. The brand ult is ripping through the backline here. Rupture there as well too, but Wild Growth onto Ronin again. KC Cools with the exhaust on him. They're looking for attacks and they're looking for that Kaisa. They're going to be able to take him out, and now it's just a matter of time as Unicorns are going to have to be running away from this. Destiny is popped, but where will he go? He's headed on over to Jesus to finish him off there. You see on the bottom left, sorry, right and left. Oh my god, it's hard to keep track of. Unicorns are just shredded apart, and it's only going to be Stone Kit Kat that is remaining. No soul for them, no kills for them. 4 members drop, and Tigers are going to go ahead and take this Baron off the map as well too, extending their gold lead to past 10k. This is insanity by the Tigers, probably one of their strongest games yet.
Yeah, and this is the final game, and to be this far ahead, dominating this much, Cho'Gath can only watch, honestly, as his team is falling apart here. The brand now 1-4-2, not nearly having the impact that he did previously. It's just, it feels so bad if you're the Unicorns here. There's not a lot of options that they have here, and really, KC Cools is he's said, I'm submitting my name for player of the game this time around, and I'm gonna show you why. And he has been on point with these teleport ultimates. Like, they saw it coming. They honestly should have just let it go. They shouldn't have fought the dragon here, but this might just be it.
I mean, forget player of the game. I mean, we're even talking MVP of like playoffs if he continues to play this way throughout the rest of the series that he's in. Yeah, he's been pretty massive in these cross map plays, especially on the champs that he tends to run. But this game especially so, the Slicing Maelstrom is just such a turning ultimate in some of these fights. It's like I've said many times tonight, it's a little ridiculous.
And we're now approaching a 13,000 gold lead for the side of the Tigers. There is really, I'm trying to think of something that they need to do, and honestly, Unicorns, they just have to hope that the Tigers make about 3 or 4 mistakes in a row. That's how they get back in this game. 3 or 4 mistakes in a row, they get the shutdown on all 4 of those champions that have shutdowns, and they try to go from there. I think that's it. As Lil Zer might be in trouble now.
He just throws up the shield. No, thank you very much. I will back on out. But yeah, using that Baron buff, Tiger's going to go ahead and push down and actually destroy that tier 2 top turret. And are not done yet. The siege will continue across multiple lanes. And this could spell the end for Unicorns. Like you said, it's going to have to be a massive blunder from the Tigers here to throw the lead that they have accumulated here at 26 minutes. But multiple towers being pushed right now. They're just trying to keep those cannons alive in the back lane, as they will continue to push for you pretty much infinitely from that range with the Baron buff. So Tigers actually backing off the top side and looking to refocus their energy into the mid. Glacial Fissure will come down a little bit early, will not catch anybody here, as the remainder, all the Unicorns are here to stop this push.
Tag.
Yeah, and they will manage to get the stop the push, but the turret is on its last legs here. A rapid fire on the Just a Fate could probably kill it with the blue card. As they are going to push here, 12 seconds left on that Baron. They do take the mid lane inhibitor tower. It looks like they're going to take the bot one as well. No, we're going to have a fight.
Fight's breaking out. Slicing Maelstrom is being used as a Stormbringer from Ronan. Can they hold him off? But Caramel's just in the back line firing off. He gets hit by the Rupture, but the Tigers do so much damage. It's only 2 left. It's another double kill for Caramel, looking to go for the Quadra once again. Destiny through gold card, and that... Oh, was it the Vayne who got the Quadra, or was the Twisted Fate who stole it away? Either way, double kill for Darwin, and that is going to be the game. Unicorns bring it to that game 5, but in the end, it is the Tigers that are going to be punching their tickets on to semifinals next week against the Vipers. GG's, well played to both these teams. What an incredible series.
Oh yeah, 100%. One of the best series that I've gotten to cast, and I've casted a lot of games recently, trust me.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the better series I've actually gotten the pleasure of casting. Unicorns, you can't take this loss to heart. This is probably one of having the run that you guys did was absolutely phenomenal. Even getting to playoffs at the start that you guys had was already an uphill battle, but you guys managed to push past it, and it's heartbreaking to lose at the getting this close to the finish line, but it's close. It was close enough for you guys, and I'm actually really happy that you guys managed to make it. So
yeah, it was definitely a great run from the Unicorns this split, and like we were talking about, about that little bit of a Cinderella story of them coming from a little bit of a faltering in the early split, and then really finding the footing, doing more than just that, and taking down some of these top teams. So they put on a fantastic run this split for us, and it's going to be unfortunate to see him go, because they were honestly a pleasure having on stream, a pleasure getting to know, and actually I got to play with a few of these guys as well too, and they have been a great addition to our Legends community. So want to give a huge thank you to the Unicorns and their participation in this split. Getting that fourth place spot is nothing to scoff at either. You guys played wonderfully, but over to the other side too, Tigers played out of their minds that game. They were pedal to the metal the entire time. We see Caramel again on that Vayne doing the most damage in the game, and even though that is the case, I gotta bring attention up to the other side of the map. That top lane, those TP plays, those slicing maelstroms from KC Cools this game were absolutely dominating throughout the entire 5th game there.
Apparently, Quintic says it did game 4 draft.
But not
But
game 5, and that's where it counts, because when it all comes down to that, essentially, you know what? This is where these teams are in their comfort zone, because if you look at it like this, it's a best of 1 in that game 5. And what are these teams used to playing? Best of 1s. So you know what? You take it to a game 5, you're back in your natural comfort zone, and Tigers decide to take it home with that one and do it. I would say in that game 5 was probably the most convincing win of the night here from either side. Is a lot of these games were, a couple of them were nail biters tonight. Dream.
yeah, they were.
Oh boy.
I will not be joining you for the post lobby stuff. I have to get going.
That's all right. Any final words here as you leave the caster desk?
Oh, I am super excited for the games next week. I do believe we're going to have the Tigers versus the Vipers, and
Another 5-game series, perhaps.
yeah, I actually no. I think I favor the Tigers.
Okay.
Quite heavily. Vipers, they have the higher seed, but they've been struggling the past, especially in the last week, and then they got 3-0'd by the Spartans as well. You got to be thinking about that in your for your mental. And the Unicorns, they did stomp the Vipers, and then Tigers beat the Unicorns. So if we go by that kind of logic, then Tigers should win pretty convincingly against the Vipers. So I do favor the Tigers. I think the Tigers are not the underdogs going into this game. I think the Vipers are.
It's going to be definitely a fun one to watch, guys. But that is going to conclude our casting. Make sure to join me back on the analyst desk in 5 minutes as we announce our final player of the game, and as well pick our final raffle winner as well. So make sure to be back in a few minutes. But Dream, thank you so much for joining me tonight on this long but incredible series that we got to cast tonight.
Yep, and you're going to give me 5 more tomorrow, right?
You betcha. You betcha. Or 3. 5 or 3. No in between. There you go, buddy. Anyways, take care. Everyone watching at home, we will be back in a few short moments. So make sure to stick around and find out who our final player of the game is tonight, as well as any last announcements I have for you and our big raffle going on. Also, make sure to enter in that if you haven't with Command Raffle. See you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the conclusion of the LRS Draft quarterfinals. We have our final player of the game, and on that cannon, KC Cool's going 509. Perfect line tonight, but some of the most gorgeous slicing maelstroms I have seen in a long time. So extremely well played by them and the Tigers, but this, like I said there in Discord, I just mentioned it too. Freaking G's to both these teams tonight. They both came ready to play. They put on a hell of a series for us, and I just wanted to give both these teams a huge thank you to being so prompt, to being so on time, and being so enthusiastic, and being a part of all this. So guys, thank you so much. You guys were incredible to cast tonight, but that is going to conclude our night, and unfortunately it does conclude the Unicorns split. So it is with a heavy heart we have to say goodbye to the Unicorns until next split, but thank you so much to each and every one of those players that came and gave us their best performance every time they were here, and were always a pleasure getting to know and getting to talk to, and also getting to play with, as I mentioned. But we hope to see you all back next split, and maybe return Unicorns V2. Quite possibly. It'd be a fun one to see. But anyways, it will be the Tigers moving on next week against the Vipers. So with that means quarterfinals are concluded. Vipers v Tigers next week at 7 p.m. EST. So make sure to tune in for that. We'll be back to cover all of that Legends action. But there's a full week of playoffs in motion right now, guys, and you do not want to miss a second of it, because tomorrow night will be the semifinals for LAS Pre-Made. Make sure to tune in to watch Blue Milk, which is my team, take on one of the toughest teams there in the LAS Pre-Made PvE. But I believe in us, boys. We can do it together with the power of Blue Milk. We're going to put on a hell of a show for you tomorrow night, or not. We'll see how it goes. But no, I'm looking forward to a good series, so make sure to tune in tomorrow night when Salt, Spreader, and Dream are going to take it away for a possibly another 5-game series. Who knows? Tune in and find out. As we're closing out, though, guys, we do have one final raffle of the night, so if you have not already entered, make sure to toss the command raffle right down there, right in that chat. You see that chat there? Put it right there. Put her there for your chance to win. I don't know what I'm doing. It's late as hell. I'm burning fumes at this point, guys. So if you haven't already entered into that raffle, make sure to get on in for your chance to win 1,000 Legends tokens. We will have the winner popping up in our closing outro, so keep an eye out for that. If you're not already in it, well, too bad. You snooze, you lose. If you are, though, best of luck to you. Anyways, guys, that is going to do it from us here tonight at Legends Esports. It's your boy Gurf signing off once again. You will see me tomorrow night on air, but not as a caster, as a player. So make sure to come give your boy a bit of love. As it's my rookie split. Just remember that. We're gonna remember that. We're gonna show some mercy here, right? Well, anyways, guys, have a wonderful night. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Hope you all enjoyed the show tonight. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that follow button up. Where the hell is it in Twitch? It's somewhere on here. Hit the follow button. You know where to find all the good action. It's here at Legends Esports. Anyways, good night. Adieu. Farewell. We'll see you later.